Parliament Control Committee meeting today, the 5th of August 2026. Before we begin the formal meeting, a few things I would just like to address. One is, could I please ask that all phones are on silent or in flight mode or switched off, please? The meeting is being live streamed on YouTube, so if any member of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure they are not included in the filming. Although I stress, the public gallery will not feature in the live stream and the public speakers will only be filmed from behind where they are seated and their faces will not be visible. So could I just check if anyone present objects to being filmed at all? And the committee have no choice, by the way, they're filmed. Members, I'm not entirely sure whether it's worth going through the queue to speak. I mean, we've been at this for a couple of 3 years now. So you just press, if you want to join the chairman's queue to speak, you just press it once and don't press it again until the light goes from green to red. Everyone okay with that? Okay, thank you. Today's agenda will be in two parts. That's A and B. In Part A, we will solely consider the application for a ground-mounted photovoltaic solar array on land south of Knox Lane, Bardwell, and Part B will not start before 12:30. As always, we welcome those attending as registered speakers and likewise those in our public gallery observing the meeting. For those who may not have attended a formal committee meeting before, the process we will operate in respect of each application on the agenda is that it will commence with an officer presentation, following which those registered speakers will address the committee, and once the registered speakers have concluded, committee members will debate the application and eventually vote on a decision. Only those members registered to speak may verbally address the committee, and they may only do so under the public speaking part of the meeting. I do understand there may be strong feelings about an application in this regard, and I ask that we treat each other with politely and respectfully. I will offer, and it is an offer, it doesn't necessarily have to be accepted, I will offer a short comfort break after our registered speakers have finished and before the committee debate begins. So I hope that was all clear. We'll now begin the formal agenda. So Helen, can I have apologies for absence, please?
Chair, we have apologies from councillors Roger Dicker, Ian Holder, Sarah Mildmay-White, Andy Neal and David Taylor.
Thank you, Helen. Are there any substitutes, please? Councillor Lynch.
Yes, substituting for Sarah Mildmay-White.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much indeed. Right, we turn our attention now to the minutes of the meeting held on the 1st of July 2026. Are there any corrections, amendments? I certainly didn't spot any, so I'm quite content to ask for a proposer for the unamended minutes. Councillor Hood just beat you, Councillor London. Can I take you as a seconder? Right, okay. So we've got the minutes, unamended minutes proposed by Councillor Hood for acceptance and seconded by Councillor London. Can I see a show of hands in favour of that, please?
Thank you. Minutes are accepted.
Thank you, Claire. We now reach item 4. Let me first read what the statement says on item 4. Members are reminded of their responsibility to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest, other registerable or non-registerable interest which they have in any item of business on the agenda, and that must be no later than when that item is reached, and when appropriate to leave the meeting prior to discussion and voting on the item. I have an item. Are there any other items of declarations? Okay. Agenda item 5. In addition to my role as a West Suffolk District Councillor for Bardwell Ward, I'm also a Bardwell Parish Councillor. In my capacity as Ward Councillor, on request, I have provided guidance on our committee process and protocol to both the Parish Council and any other interested residents. For the avoidance of doubt, And in the interest of openness and transparency, I formally confirm I have never discussed the merits, offered an opinion, or voted on the application before committee today. And I will keep an open mind. Could I ask if that's acceptable, please?
Thank you, Councillor Smith, for declaring that in the interests of openness and transparency. And from what you've said, and provided you've kept an open mind, I don't see it precludes you from taking part today.
Thank you very much indeed, Claire. Right, on that basis then, item 5 on the agenda is the self-same application. It's the planning application, land south of Knox Lane, Bardwell, and I would invite Savannah to give your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, members. So the application before you today is for the installation of a 42 megawatt ground-mounted solar farm and the associated infrastructure. The application is before members today following a ward member call-in from Councillor Smith due to the public interest in this application. As it is for a major development, the scheme of delegation triggers the consideration of the application by the Development Control Committee. Officers are recommending approval of the scheme. Since publication of the report, we've received an email from the owner-occupier of Sunnyside querying why their property was not specifically mentioned within the report under the amenity section. But officers can confirm that the amenity impacts upon this property were considered within the report. And we would also like to propose an additional condition if the application is approved. This requires the applicant to submit to us details of the colours that they're proposing for the associated infrastructure, such as the transformers, substations, control room, etc. So the plan on the right is the submitted location plan, which shows the site etched in red. The aerial photo shows the application site boundaries in the darker orange colour. The access point is off the A143, which is along here, but hopefully that will become clearer throughout the presentation. Towards the northwest of the application site is the settlement of Bardwell, and the pink shows the location of listed buildings, and the red dotted line shows the conservation area for Bardwell. For some further context, the site spans across 3 wards, mainly within Bardwell. There's a small area to the south of the site that's within Ixworth, and the connection point is located within Stanton. So this slide focuses into some of the immediate constraints of the application site. So again, the application site is shown in this darker colour here, and also the yellow star. And this shows a more zoomed in area showing the nearby heritage assets, so listed buildings, and again the conservation area. And this is the northern aspect of the site. So for context of the site, the next few slides will be some images and videos. These were mostly taken in July last year, with a couple of photos taken on Monday from the committee site visit. I've also got 2 aerial shots so you can see the rough area of the site where the photograph was taken, and then a more zoomed in so you can see the direction that the photo was taken in. So this photo was taken on Monday. It's standing on the concrete pads that members would have visited on Monday, looking southwards, and the A143 is visible here. So this would be the main access point into the site. This photo was July last year. So this is standing near the concrete pad, looking towards the west of the application site, so across the field here. And then this is another image standing on that concrete pad. This photo was taken on Monday, again looking southwards, and the A143 is in shot. This one is looking over to the west of the application site. So this photo was taken on Monday, where we had discussions about the fields that the solar farm would, in theory, inhabit. So as we discussed on site, this area of greenfield is outside of the red line, so it doesn't form part of the application site. And then these yellow fields would be where the arrays are to be located. And then this is another photo from Monday. So this section of field will remain as existing. And this hedge here shows the boundary. So the panels will be on the other side of that. And then I've got a video. So again, this was back in July last year. This starts westwards, panning round to the south of the site towards the A143, and then it will go back round to the access point from the A143. And then I've got another video from back in 2025. So starting at the concrete pad, panning towards the west of the site, it's essentially a full 360 back to the A143. And these next few photos are from the northeast section of the site. So this is looking southwest with the vineyard on the right-hand side. So the application site is down here. This is, again, overlooking the fields. Again, you can just see the A143 in shot down here. And then this is views from the site visit on Monday. This is the most western point of the site. So this was the track that we drove down on Monday, overlooking the south section of the site. And then this is another view across that field. And again, members will note on the site visit that you could just about see the A143 in shot from this viewpoint. And then this is another photo from that viewpoint. So we've got the private access track, which we drove down, and then the application field here. So this is the submitted site layout plan, which shows the location of the solar panels as well as the other infrastructure associated with the development. So I've just annotated this plan to show you where different elements are located. So we've got the transformers / inverters, and there'll be 4 of those around the site. The plan shows where the internal access tracks will be located, as well as the access point from the A143. We've got the control room / switch room and the substation and distribution network operator building up the north. And then there's a light green line which shows where the security fencing will be located. This slide shows the typical solar array elevations. So they're just over 2.4 metres in height on fixed posts angled at 25 degrees, and they're set in rows 3 metres apart. This shows the proposed fencing. So this has been detailed as a maximum height of 2 metres around the perimeter of the application site. This will be welded mesh. It will also have gates for the access, which will be on the next slide. And then there are some gaps in the fences to enable animal movement. And then, as I said, these are the gates. We've got the vehicular access and also a pedestrian access gate. Again, these will be 2 metres in height. CCTV will be located at various points within the site to aid with site security. They will be placed on a 4.2 metre tall column above ground level. The site plan shows where these will be located around the site. So this is just an example of this bottom area here. So they're denoted by this. And the CCTV has been detailed as infrared. And then we've got the transformers. So as I said, on the site plan, there'll be 4 of these located around the site. These are the elevations, and they will have a maximum height of 2.6 metres. And then we've got the typical substation and distribution network operator building. These are the 2 buildings that were shown on the northern aspect of the site. And then we've got the proposed cable route. So as I said at the start of the presentation, this will be located in Stanton. The planning statement advises that there has been a separate consenting process for the connection to the independent electricity distribution network operator, which has been secured. The solar farm would be connected to the Stanton substation, which is approximately 0.8 kilometres northeast of the site, and that is operated by UK Power Networks. So in terms of the structure of the presentation, these are the topics that I'll be covering, and they are also discussed in the officer report, but I'll be taking each of those in turn. So starting off with the principle of the development, this slide highlights the key policy considerations. So the application proposes a 42 megawatt solar farm on an existing agricultural field. There is support of this type of proposal from local plan policy LP6, as well as the NPPF, in particular paragraphs 161 and 168, requiring local planning authorities to give significant weight to the benefits associated with renewable and low carbon energy generation and the contribution the proposal has to a net zero future. National policy statements have also been released to make it easier to understand how application for energy infrastructure will be assessed and the way in which impacts and mitigations will be judged. Policy statement EN01 relates to the overarching national policy statement for energy, and EN03 relates specifically to renewable energy infrastructure. Of course, there are factors that weigh in favour and also against the development, which I will go through within the presentation, and at the end, there will be a planning balance. So the assessment of cumulative impacts is a material consideration in the determination of planning applications for solar farms, particularly concerning landscape, visual and heritage effects. So planning permission has been granted for a solar farm at Bowbeck, which is up here. That was a 54 megawatt solar farm, and that was an application that we received in 2022. It's highly unlikely that the two solar developments would be read in conjunction with each other, noting that there is over 3 kilometres in distance between both sites, with intervening roads, landscaping and topography. Both developments incorporate a level of landscaping to further help mitigate views from the public domain and heritage assets. And an individual assessment was also carried out as part of the Bowbeck solar development in terms of the impact upon heritage assets and landscape and visual impacts, which were determined acceptable in the planning balance. As part of the Bowbeck application, this considered the cumulative impact of both RAF Honington solar farms. It concluded that both schemes are located within neighbouring estate sandlands, landscape character area, and are cumulatively assessed to have negligible landscape effects. The assessment at that time also judged the sequential cumulative visual effect along local roads from Fakenham Magna, Honington to Coney Weston as negligible, and overall no significant cumulative landscape and visual effects would arise. Noting the distance of these from the application site, intervening landscaping, roads and topography, officers consider there to be limited cumulative impact. Turning to landscape impacts, National Policy Statement EN01 acknowledges that the nature of much energy infrastructure development will often limit the extent to which it can contribute to the enhancement of the quality of an area. So in this case, the site is identified roughly where the yellow star is, and it has been identified within the West Suffolk Landscape Character Assessment and forms part of the character area K1, which is Stanton Clay farmlands. At a local level, SP7 focuses on landscape and requires development to be sympathetic to the character of the landscape as described within the Landscape Character Assessment. Whilst negative effects must be avoided, where this is not possible, the effects must be minimised through design and mitigation measures. Additionally, LP6 requires development to be supported by a proportionate landscape and visual impact assessment. The application has been accompanied by a landscaping plan, as well as a landscape visual impact assessment, LVIA, as required by policy LP6. The general landform of the site and surrounding context is gently rising from the west of Bardwell Road, and from the central area of the site, the landform plateaus, and when viewed from the east is generally more open and exposed. It is noted that the supporting photos assessing each of the viewpoints have been taken in the winter months, where leaf cover is at the lowest, essentially recognising the worst case scenario in terms of visual impact. Place Services as landscape consultants state in their response in August 2025 that the LVIA includes assessment of 20 viewpoints surrounding the site, and having viewed each of these receptors on site, they generally agree with the majority of the LVIA report findings. Place Services landscape consultants also did visit the site to assess the proposal. So for some further context, when the application was first submitted, it included an array of panels that immediately abutted the A143. Place Services as landscape consultants raised concern, and conflict was identified with the findings of the LVIA in relation to the view of the site from the A143. And this was due to the visual impact of the solar panels on the receptors along the A143 being in a far too dominant location, which could not be suitably mitigated by landscaping due to the limited spacing. So following some discussions with the agent, it was agreed to remove this element of panels, and they have been distributed around the site boundary. So essentially, this is the original submission plan, and then this is the amended plan. You can see where the panels have been distributed. These little white gaps have been more filled in, but essentially the red line remains the same. Those panels were just distributed elsewhere around the site. This is the wider landscaping plan. Again, that shows the removal of the panels on the eastern side of the application site. The open farmland now creates a buffer between the proposed development and the main road, which is what we consider to be the most sensitive receptor point. I've split up that larger landscaping plan into smaller sections, so hopefully they're a bit more legible. This is the northern element of the site. So we've got planting on the left-hand side and the access tracks, as well as a permissive footpath route dashed in orange along here. This also shows woodland blocks to be created, as well as native tree planting. The permissive footpath was a later addition to the scheme following discussions with Bardwell's footpath group. It appears that a historic footpath existed through the application site from the A143 to Ixworth Road, but at this moment in time, it's not showed on definitive maps. The applicant has therefore responded to this by providing a permissive route from Knox Lane to the A143. This is the southern aspect of the site. So this is the track where we drove on Monday. Again, we've got a landscape buffer along the western and southern boundaries of the site. Again, that shows woodland planting is proposed. Landscaping has also been shown on the eastern boundary of the site to further mitigate the views of the development from the A143. In a reconsultation with Place Services Landscape, it was concluded that the visual impact of the development from the A143 has been mitigated by scaling back the proposals. The response noted that the eastern edge of the site includes native hedge planting, which will also help to mitigate any visual impact further. It was recommended that conditions be attached to any approval to secure details of a soft landscaping scheme, hard landscaping scheme, and the submission of a landscape management plan. So this is a summary of those points in relation to landscaping. As I said at the start, the site is within the K1 Stanton Clay Farm landscape character area, where the characteristics include gently rolling plateau clay farmland, diverse and strong contrasting field patterns, and striking contrast between large-scale, relatively expansive farmland landscapes and intimate enclosed village lanes. Overall, there would be some moderate landscape harm due to the utilitarian nature of the development, which obviously weighs against the scheme, but this would be for a temporary 40-year period, at which time the site would return to an agricultural use. It would not result in any significant long-term adverse effects upon the visual environment or visual amenity once landscape mitigation has had a chance to establish and mature. The next material planning consideration relates to the impact on heritage assets. In Historic England's response, they have referred to Bardwell Manor, which is further away from the site than Bardwell Hall, so I believe their response should refer to Bardwell Hall. This map shows the closest heritage assets to the site in conjunction with the site boundary. Again, the site is shown in this darker colour here. Notably, Bardwell Hall, which is Grade 2 star listed, sits towards the west of the site. There are also further listed buildings to the west in the village of Bardwell, and the Bardwell Conservation Area is also set to the west of the site. It is regrettable that since the application was submitted, the row of listed cottages in Bardwell that have been mentioned in Historic England's response have experienced significant fire damage and are subject to applications for their demolition and rebuild. Whilst those buildings would remain listed until an application was made to delist them, much of the historic fabric has been destroyed and submitted applications seek to entirely demolish those buildings. Consideration of the impact on their setting is therefore not as significant, and whilst they remain listed, the degree of impact on them is unlikely to be the same. In relation to Bardwell Hall, it's a 16th century building, and Historic England are keenly aware of the importance of finding opportunities to generate renewable energy and the emphasis placed on this in government policy. But to best achieve the NPPF's aim of promoting sustainable development, harm to listed buildings should be minimised where possible. So Historic England do not object to the majority of the proposed development, but are concerned that the proximity of the development to Bardwell Hall might detract from its agricultural setting and so result in harm to its significance and that of the conservation area. Any such harm would be less than substantial in terms of policy. The NPPF requires the council to consider any public benefit which might be delivered by proposals and weigh this against any harmful impact. Historic England accept that the generation of renewable energy is such a benefit and leave this matter to the council, but recommend the council consider if the development boundary could be moved eastwards where it is closest to the listed building and require additional landscaping along the western side before determining. The council's conservation officer has noted that whilst there would be harm upon the setting of heritage assets, this would not be substantial. Bardwell Hall is set within an agricultural setting and the agricultural uses can be industrial. The immediate setting of Bardwell Hall is contained within existing tree planting and vegetation, and there are existing tree belts within the wider vicinity, which limits wider open views of the development from the asset. The development would represent a low-key development in the sense that it would be low to the ground and temporary in nature. Whilst the proposal would change the wider setting of Bardwell Hall, the immediate setting, which is clearly defined, is not considered to be detrimentally harmed. The submitted landscaping plan shows that planting is proposed on the western boundary of the site, which will contribute to the screening of views of the development, thus helping to mitigate the harm upon the setting of the heritage asset. Whilst a degree of harm is identified upon Bardwell Hall, given the land use today together with the proposed planting, the harm is considered to be less than substantial, as also confirmed by Historic England, and the public benefits are considered to outweigh this identified harm. Due to topography, street layout, existing planting within the conservation area and around the development site itself, outward views of the development site from within the conservation area are thought to be limited, with the exception of those appreciated towards the southern end of the conservation area. Overall, the proposed development will inevitably affect the wider setting of heritage assets, which will be regrettable, but given the distance and existing and proposed planting and noting the preservation of their immediate settings, any harm resulting from the development is likely to be towards the lower end of the less than substantial harm. The tests of paragraph 215 of the NPPF apply, which states that where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. As I said before, the level of harm is considered to be at the lower end of the less than substantial spectrum, and this is because whilst the proposals would negatively affect heritage assets, it would not be to the extent that its significance is destroyed or severely compromised. So to summarise heritage, the officer report at paragraph 73 covers an individual assessment of nearby heritage assets. The development is considered to impact the wider setting of heritage assets, but not their immediate setting. So slight conflict has been identified with policy LP35, which is listed buildings, but that is due to the utilitarian appearance of the development. And consultees have confirmed that this will be at the lower end of the less substantial harm scale. And again, great weight should be given to the public benefits of the scheme. Moving on to highways impact. So the NPPF at paragraph 116 considers development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. So the development is situated within a semi-rural location, and there is a public right-of-way towards the south of the site. The access into the wider development will be taking off an existing agricultural access off the A143 Berry Road. The existing access is currently made up of a concrete style material and ties into a gravel farm track. So this slide shows the anticipated route of construction traffic to the application site. As the A14 is being utilised, National Highways have requested a condition in requiring the submission of a construction traffic management plan, specifically relating to the A14 in order to ensure the flow of traffic is not detrimentally disrupted. And then during construction, 10 two-way HGV vehicle movements per day during the first months would be generated. And then once the construction phase has finished, monthly maintenance visits will be scheduled after commissioning of the site, supported by call-outs to attend any remedial issues as required. For the most part, the inverters and transformers can be monitored remotely, and it's considered that the construction period is likely to last around 12 months. So this is the access point that will be taken from the A143. And then this plan shows the temporary traffic measures proposed. So this will be for during the construction of the development, which includes reducing the speed limit to 40 miles an hour with no overtaking signs. If permission is granted, the applicant will be required to apply for the temporary traffic regulation order in order to implement the temporary speed limit, which is a process done via Suffolk County Council. So a quick summary on highways matters. So the access point onto the A143 will be improved. The applicant has carried out a road safety audit, which highways have reviewed and raised no objections to. We've also got no objections from National Highways. There'll obviously be some disturbance to the highway network, but that's anticipated to only be during the construction and decommissioning phases. Other visits to the site will be more infrequent, so just maintenance. And we've got conditions recommended to improve the access point visibility space, as well as a construction management plan. And glint and glare of the panels has also been assessed upon the road network. In terms of archaeology, the site lies in an area of archaeological potential recorded on the County Historic Environment Record. Archaeological evaluation immediately adjacent to the proposed solar site has identified the presence of archaeological heritage assets, suggesting occupation in the immediate area dating from the prehistoric and Roman periods. In response to Suffolk County Council's archaeological team's first consultation response, the applicant prepared a geophysical survey, which was further reviewed by the archaeological team. They requested that a predetermination archaeological evaluation be considered necessary to establish the presence and absence, extent, significance, character, depth, and state of preservation of the archaeological remains, and inform whether preservation in situ or avoidance is achievable. This would be to de-risk the site by targeting the areas of potential archaeology identified within the geophysical survey. The archaeological team at Suffolk County Council noted that should the applicant wish to proceed without predetermination trenched archaeological evaluation, the solar development could be exposed to significant risks, including discovery of unexpected archaeological features during post-determination evaluation, which will require mitigation, potential for delays to build programme and project delivery, and increases in overall project costs. On that basis, the applicant has confirmed that they would accept those risks of not proceeding with predetermination works, and Suffolk County Council have recommended a suite of conditions to ensure that heritage assets, in this case, are protected. So just a summary of that aspect. So as I said, the site is within an area of archaeological potential. It's never been subject to systematic archaeological investigation, and there is a high potential for discovery of below ground heritage assets. Obviously, the proposal would involve some ground disturbance, but the applicant has submitted a geophysical survey at the request of Suffolk County Council. Suffolk County Council Archaeological Service are content with this and have identified risks without proceeding with predetermination trenched archaeological evaluation. And the applicant has confirmed that they're content with these risks. So Suffolk County Council have recommended condition. So whilst some conflict has been identified with LP 39, Suffolk County Council have confirmed that if the applicant is happy to accept those risks associated with not carrying out the trial trenching predetermination, then they can recommend conditions. A further consideration, and as raised in many consultation responses, relates to the loss of agricultural land. I would firstly like to draw members' attention to paragraph 28, which spans over page 53 and 54 of the report, which details the grades of agricultural land to be lost during the operational period of the development. The site comprises a mix of agricultural land classifications, and as the report describes, this includes approximately 25 hectares of grade 2 land, 14 hectares of grade 3A, and 14 hectares of 3B. Since the removal of the panels on the eastern field, this means that approximately 8 hectares of grade 3 land will not be lost to the development and can be discounted from these calculations. The larger number referenced within paragraph 28 of the report detailed the land classification for a larger site area, which is what was discussed during pre-app discussions. So in terms of the loss of agricultural land, the UK Food Security Report states that the biggest medium to long-term risk to the UK's domestic food production comes from climate change and other environmental pressures like soil degradation, water quality and biodiversity. Agricultural land degradation undermines global food security, and healthy soils are essential for long-term sustainable agricultural productivity, food and nutrition security. The proposed solar farm will contribute to the mitigation of climate change and is considered to give intensively farmed land the opportunity to recover and carbon to be stored over the operational life of the project. Whilst planning policy states that preference should be given to areas of poorer quality agricultural land, on assessment of Natural England's agricultural land classification map for the eastern region, the majority of the district, apart from the Brecks, is classified as grade 2 or 3 land, and noting that this type of development is based around locational factors such as grid connection points, completely avoiding the best and most versatile land would be challenging. So to summarise on that aspect, where agricultural land is involved, the use of poorer quality land is preferred, but the development of solar on the best and most versatile land is not prohibited. The application has been accompanied by an agricultural land classification report, and the development is time limited for 40 years. Soil disruption is considered to be minimal. This usually relates to the creation of access tracks and infrastructure placements. Agricultural use can still commence on the site by way of grazing, and the proposed loss of the land would be time limited and reversible, and that neither the NPPF or local plan policy prevent the use of the best and most versatile agricultural land, but requires that the benefits justify the loss. Whilst it's a significant period of time, it is not considered permanent, and that is a conclusion reached in many appeals decisions. And obviously that does carry weight against the scheme. In relation to ecology, the LPA must be content that suitable measures have been taken to reduce disturbance to a minimum, maintain the population identified on site, and provide enhancements to benefit protected species. Mitigation measures have been identified within the ecological impact assessment, and these can be conditioned to conserve and enhance protected species, particularly those recorded in the locality. Skylarks were recorded within the proposed site, and territories would potentially be lost or displaced by the development, but mitigation through the provision of measures to support 3 off-site skylark territories in nearby arable land per pair lost. Therefore, a total of 6 skylark plots have been proposed. The submitted information details that skylark plots will be within land that is under the applicant's control, and therefore a legal obligation is not required. In relation to BNG, biodiversity net gain, the metric confirms 123.99% gain in habitats, 12.07 gain in hedgerow units, and no change in watercourse units. So this goes above and beyond the mandatory 10% gain, and the scheme is considered to comply with policy SP8. It is expected that a significant net gain in biodiversity would be achieved, providing an opportunity to address the ecological emergency, which is widely acknowledged nationally and declared alongside the climate emergency by West Suffolk Council. This obviously weighs in favour of the proposed development. And just a quick summary on that aspect. So information provides compensation for the loss of nesting habitats. Skylark plots will be created, and that will be secured via condition. The mitigation measures identified within the reports can be conditioned to conserve and enhance protected species. The scheme goes beyond the mandatory 10% biodiversity net gain requirement, so is considered to be in line with policies SP8 and LP13. No objections have been raised by the ecologist. In terms of residential amenity, so these are some of the nearest residential dwellings to the application site. Residents enjoying their own properties are assessed as sensitive receptors and have the potential to be impacted by this development through a range of elements: outlook, noise, glint and glare, as well as traffic and disturbance during the construction period. The closest neighbouring dwelling to the site is Bardwell Hall, which is towards the west of the site. The red line boundary is approximately 395 metres away, and the closest panels are in excess of 460 metres away. We've got intervening landscaping, as well as existing vegetation, which will contribute to the screening of the proposed development. The application has also been accompanied by a noise impact assessment and glint and glare study. The panels are non-reflective and arranged in east to west rows placed on a fixed frame. As a worst-case scenario, the Glint and Glare studies concludes that solar reflections are geometrically possible towards 15 of the 22 dwellings assessed, and for 13 of these dwellings, screening in the form of existing vegetation and buildings is predicted to significantly obstruct views of reflecting panels, and therefore no impact is predicted. Since that assessment was carried out, the area of panels at the A143 have been removed. So in terms of an amenity summary, as I said, a noise impact assessment has been submitted as well as consideration to Glint and Glare. There will be a change in view from residential dwellings, but the right to a view is not a material planning consideration. Environmental health raised no objections to the scheme, subject to conditions set out within the report. And there may be some conflict with SP4 and LP9 in terms of noise, but this will inevitably have more of an impact during the construction and decommissioning phase. And as I said before, the construction phase would last around 12 months. So officers consider that the proposal would not significantly harm the amenity of nearby residents by virtue of noise, glint and glare. So in terms of representations, obviously, as I said at the start, the site spans across 3 different wards. So the main ward is Bardwell, and Bardwell Parish Council have objected to the application based on negative cumulative impact, noise pollution, proximity to listed buildings, archaeological remains and underground infrastructure. Ixworth Parish Council support the application, and Stanton Parish Council provided no comments. In relation to ward members, Councillor Andrew Smith formally called the application in for wider consideration by the committee due to the level of public interest, and no comments were received from Stanton and Ixworth ward members. And in relation to neighbours, 70 representations have been received, all of which object to the application, and summarised points of concern can be seen at paragraph 9 of the report and have been assessed at relevant sections of the report as well. So the proposal seeks to construct a large-scale solar farm, providing electricity to around 9,000 homes, and is in line with the government's incentive to achieve net zero, as well as the principle of LP6. There have been a large number of public objections, and there are also a number of harms that would arise as a result of the development, which have been set out in the report. There are also a number of benefits associated with the scheme. So the harm in this case relates to the adverse impact on landscape character and appearance is significant and cannot be fully mitigated. It is inevitable that the appearance of the wider landscape will change as a result of the proposed development, which is a crucial matter that carries significant weight against the proposal due to the industrial appearance of the panels and associated infrastructure. There is also the temporary loss of agricultural land. However, the installation of the solar farm is reversible. The development would be decommissioned at the end of its lifespan, and the land would revert back to an agricultural use with no lasting effects on agricultural land and productivity. The weight attached to that is minimal. Less than substantial harm has been identified to the setting of various listed buildings within the vicinity of the site, such as Bardwell Hall. The harm arising is at the lower end of the less than substantial scale, and it is given minimal weight against the proposal. A degree of impact to residential amenity, particularly during the construction period, and lessening thereafter with the establishment of planting must also weigh against the proposal and identifies conflict with policies LP9 and SP4. Given the temporary nature of this, the weight against the proposal is minimal. In relation to the benefits of the scheme, the proposed development includes the provision of a solar array with a capacity of 42 megawatts, providing energy to around 9,000 homes annually. The proposal would make a cumulative contribution to meeting the target set out in the Climate Change Act 2008, and significant weight should be given to the benefits associated with the renewable and low carbon energy generation and the proposal's contribution to a net zero future as set out within the NPPF. Moderate weight must be attributed to the benefits to the local economy through the creation of employment through the construction and operational phases. and biodiversity net gains within the site will achieve 123.99% gain for habitats and 12.07% gain for hedgerows, and no loss or gain for watercourse units, assisting with the declared biodiversity emergency and meeting the aims of local and national policy. This is a matter which is given significant weight. Conditions have also been added to ensure the decommissioning of the panels. This requires a site-wide restoration and decommissioning plan to be submitted prior to the first export date. So having weighed up the benefits and harms, the collective benefits are considered to outweigh the harms in this case, and as such, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out within the officer report, the additional condition at the start of the presentation, as well as the signing of a section 106 to secure the monitoring of biodiversity net gain, which is currently positively progressing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Savannah. So we turn our attention to public speaking, and we have got the following public speakers registered. First and foremost, we've got Tony Cook, who is a resident objector, but my understanding is you're talking not just for yourself, but for other residents of Bardwell. You have up to 9 minutes if you wish it. I'll call you in a moment, Tony. Then we've got the Vice Chair of Bardwell Parish Council, that's Karen Whitten, and you've got a 3-minute slot, Karen, for Bardwell Parish Council. And then unsurprisingly, there's then a 3-minute slot for the ward member. That's myself. I will be reading a statement in support of comments that I've read on the from the objectors' letters. Then we've actually got the applicant's agent, Simon Betts. Welcome to you all. So Tony, you can begin.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I live in Bardwell, lived there for 45 years plus, and I speak, as Chair said, on behalf of a group of Bardwell residents who, like me, live in homes that have been specifically identified in the reports as homes that will be adversely impacted, harmed if you like, by the proposal should it be granted. I commend Savannah on her report, and I hope that when I've finished, you'll agree that in most areas, our objections and concerns are no different from those she's identified and pointed out to you. I believe there have been in excess of 30 solar planning applications before West Suffolk Council, with more in the pipeline. From my point of view, it's been a challenge to distill the views of the group into a cohesive thread and to avoid repeating what you must have heard so many times before, if not here, elsewhere. So I'll have to ask you to bear with me. The planning officer has confirmed the local community's fears that the proposal will result in harm, even with mitigations and conditions imposed. It will result in the significant industrialisation of what is a quintessential agricultural Suffolk landscape, alongside a gateway route to historic Bury St Edmunds. It will significantly change the appearance and the sound of the countryside for residents and visitors alike. It will harm the wider setting of many of the listed buildings and heritage assets in the area, and it will deprive our farmers of easy access to good agricultural land at a time when food security has shot up the agenda, occupying as much Radio 4 time as global warming. A number of concerns have been raised by the application itself. The applicant has seemingly failed to respond to requests for information from consultees, resulting in numerous no objection subject to multiple conditions responses, all of which will require future valuable resource to be policed and assessed. An example is a failure to provide archaeological service with reliable comprehensive assessment. That will probably be a big factor in the timeline and affect the future timeline of this scheme should it go ahead. What we've also experienced with developers at other solar power generation schemes is that once a permission has been granted, developers return again and again to waive and try and alter conditions that have been imposed. The updated BNG metric and biodiversity gain assessment has, I must admit, caused much head scratching. The 2025 preliminary ecology report was redacted to such an extent that it conveyed little, if any, meaningful intelligence, stated that planning permission should not be granted and follow-up surveys and assessments will be required. There's been no evidence submitted that all those have been completed, or alternatively, any reason given why they were no longer needed. An unredacted version of the report has not been made available, and that poses a question. What data was selected to be inputted into the metric that confirmed 123.99% gain? We are pleased that officers are privy to that information and are satisfied, but given the rise of concern, the applicant has avoided the original assessment data being fact-checked by local knowledge. A factor that you've been asked to weigh in favour of the application is its contribution to a 2030 net zero target. The scramble for solar power generation in West Suffolk is reflected across the country. Overcapacity has resulted in live schemes being switched off by UK Power Network. And as you heard, this will require a UKPN connection, which due to demand is not certain it can be before 2030, putting in question the amount of weight that should be given to that consideration. When the demand for sites is being driven by landowners and developers, it is not easy, shall I say, to find the necessary time to defer and take measure to establish what is actually needed, especially in light of recent energy announcements, or even to determine the best way to make provision for the energy source. A member of the group has observed that countries across Europe have moved away from this model of planning for solar power generation several years ago. We appreciate that these decisions are not easy. The arguments against the proposal are clear and strong. But when I was reading Savannah's report, the word regrettable was frequently used, and that chimed regularly with me. If, after deliberation, you review that the questionable benefits outweigh the agreed known harms and are minded to approve the application, we request that you ask officers to look again at paragraph 20, LP6. And I quote from the report, "Such development must not have harmful impact and represent the highest standards of siting and design." I said in the start that in most areas, our concerns were in accord with those of your officers. In one specific area, we disagree. The emission of noise pollution from the identified harm section of the report. The applicants have confirmed that unless masked by traffic noise, the proposal will be audible at nearby homes, particularly so during the increased longer periods of higher temperatures. That means the development will be even louder and more intrusive to people walking and riding on the designated quiet lanes that surround the site, as well as those trying to enjoy their gardens. Regrettably, the noise condition that has been proposed by your officers endorses this traffic noise approach to masking noise emanating from the site, and is in fact a permit to pollute. We contend that the proposed condition does not protect the local landscape from unwanted and unavoidable noise pollution or satisfy the LP6 policy requirement of the highest standards of siting and design. Our reasoning is that the noise-emitting plant is located in structures that are easily capable at the design stage of being acoustically insulated. This was confirmed by consultants acting for a neighbouring solar power generation scheme. The noise condition proposed in the report should be replaced with the condition that scheme plant is inaudible on the boundary of the development site for the duration of the working life of the scheme. This has a virtue of being easy to monitor for compliance. In an increasingly noisy world, where people seek the countryside for peace and quiet, If we have to take Paradise and put on a solar farm, such a condition would be proportionate and will be satisfy the requirements. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to hearing the debate later.
Thank you very much indeed, Tony. Right, Karen, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Andrew. Morning, everybody. So Bardwell Parish Council, as you know, has submitted its objections to this planning application. And I just want to take a few moments to focus on a couple of points, namely the food security, which you've heard about, and also Special Village of Bardwell. Just turning to the food security. So this does appear to have been neglected by successive governments, which seem to believe that our farmers will simply continue to produce the food we need. We now have a perfect storm. We have international conflict, we have a fast-growing population, and farmers are battling record UK temperatures. Our farmers are producing less yields across the spectrum. We need more food. We don't need less food. East Anglia plays a huge part in our farming communities. Most UK farm, as you know, is grade 2 and 3. We know, Savannah has confirmed, Knox Lane solar farm land is grade 2 and 3. Quite simply, why are we proposing to use good farmland for solar panels when there are many alternative viable options? For us and our future generations, I ask you to preserve our valuable farmland, look at alternative options. We don't actually have to choose. We can have both food and energy security. Let's move to the Bardwell Village. We moved here in 2007. Why? The tranquility, the rural setting, it's a small population, and the many 50 listed properties. These are varied, these are stunning, and many people come to Bardwell to take photographs of them. I regularly see them outside our houses. Bardwell already, as you know, has a solar farm at the Firstfield site that is currently under construction. We also have 8 large fields, fenced off, extremely high fences to keep the deer out, of paloma trees. These are next to the Firstfield site and they come right up close to the village. We already have that, and now we have a planning application for more than another 50 hectares of solar panels on the other side of the village. Together with all of the existing development that we currently have, this can only cause environmental harm to our beautiful village. This will inevitably lead to an industrialised feel. And for me, for the Bardwell Parish Council, this is a step too far. Bardwell is in a conservation area, but will be abutted north and south by large fenced-off areas and solar panels. So in summary, I ask you, please, let's not industrialise our beautiful and special Suffolk villages. Let's not sacrifice food production for energy. There are many alternatives.
Karen, can you please finish?
I am. We can have both. Let's protect our rural communities for us and the future generations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Turn our attention to the ward members' contribution. I'm allotted 3 minutes. Peter, the service manager here, is going to keep track of time for me and will give me a nudge if I'm going over. Okay. Right. As ward members, we all share a fundamental responsibility to speak in support of genuinely held and thoughtfully considered views of our local communities, particularly at times when that same community feels their voices are not being heard. There have been a large number of letters objecting to the application. Our public speakers have articulated many of these concerns. In truth, the objectors are anxiously seeking the support of the committee and hope it will forensically examine aspects of the application against the background of these deeply held views. In the wider policy context, clearly there is support for solar renewable energy. However, Bardwell Parish Council and the surrounding communities believe This is not an appropriate site for a development of this scale. Objectors place a heavy emphasis on the loss of productive farmland and long-term impact on food security, given much of the site is graded 2, 3A and 3B, very good to good quality land. And there is very strong concerns expressed about the loss of wildlife habitat. Wildlife is considered a precious and intrinsic part of Bardwell's rural life. Bardwell Parish is a small community, numbering around 360 homes and 860 residents. A large 54 megawatt solar farm has already been approved in Bardwell Parish. Approving this second scheme by adding a further 42 megawatts of solar capacity is considered solar farm overdevelopment. This is not a modest rural scheme, but a large-scale, fenced, semi-industrialised installation that would be alien in the landscape and fundamentally alter the rural character of Bardwell. Applicants for this development typically have a shelf life of about 40 years in service, representing a long-term change to the land use and character. If there really is an energy generation imperative, there is no clear evidence that lower impact alternatives such as brownfield or rooftop sites have been fully considered across the wider local area. The applicant submitted a planning and sustainability document containing a specific community benefit statement. A subsequent attempt by Bardwell Parish Council to proactively engage with the applicant to understand the potential extent of their commitment was refused. Thank you, members. And now we turn to Simon, please, as the agent for the applicant. And similarly, you've got a 9-minute slot should you need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, members of the Planning Committee, my name is Simon Betts. I'm acting on behalf of the applicant and I've been asked to make the following comments on their behalf. If I can just begin with scheme benefits, I think we all accept that society needs clean and renewable energy, and this solar farm of 42 megawatt capacity would offer the following material benefits: electricity provision for around 9,000 homes, resulting in circa 2.2 million tonnes of carbon emissions saved, addressing the rising cost of energy by offering more flexible, cheaper and greener energy supply as an alternative to fossil and contaminating energies, reducing the UK's reliance on imported sources of energy and therefore its energy dependency, supporting the government's ongoing commitment to net zero by 2050 so as to address the fundamental risks of climate change, a dual land use of the operational solar farm and agriculture with a design that enables ongoing use for animal grazing and shelter, and the over-provision of a combined 136% of biodiversity net gain, which is far in excess of the mandatory 10% minimum. Touching now upon public and council consultation. During the pre-submission stage, OPD Energy held a targeted community consultation at Bardwell Village Hall back in April 2025. And prior to holding this public consultation, the applicant made significant revisions to the proposed development. This included the complete removal of any developments on the 3 fields to the west of the site to provide a significant setback distance to Bardwell Village. Moreover, noting that there were concerns expressed on intervisibility with Bardwell during the public consultation, the established existing woodlands along the overall western boundary of the site were reinforced with additional scrub and woodland planting, such that the woodland would completely screen the western boundary of the site. In addition, and moving on to the post-submission stage, to reduce any visual prominence to road users on the A143, the PV areas previously present in the 3 southeastern fields have been removed from the development. As such, the applicant has therefore significantly rationalised the footprint of the PV areas whilst maintaining the output of the proposed solar farm. Finally, in order to respond to a recent request from officers regarding public rights of way, a new permissive footpath is proposed along the eastern boundary of the site, which adds more than 1,600 metres of public path to the locality, which doesn't currently exist. If I can just touch upon some of the scheme impacts as they've been discussed so far. Firstly, in terms of agricultural land, I think it's important to clarify that there is no permanent loss of agricultural land in this case, on the basis that the proposed development has a defined limited lifespan of 40 years for its operation before being decommissioned and returned to its former use. The applicant also proposes to support the use of continued agricultural use through sheep grazing. The extent of the loss of B&V land has also been reduced through the reduction of the PV areas, and in any case should be weighed against the scheme benefits, which in this case weigh heavily in favour of the proposed development. If I can just touch briefly upon highways before moving on to landscape. During the construction traffic period, there will be a moderate amount of vehicle trips in the context of a project of this scale, and typically within that construction programme that's referred to by officers, much of the movements occur within that first 3-month period. Access to the site, as we've already heard, would be from the A143 via the existing access, and I particularly draw to attention of members the no objections from both highway authorities at county level and national highways. Turning to landscape, in this case, the applicant's LVIA clearly concludes that the proposed development would not give rise to any significant adverse effects on local landscape designations. As the site is well contained by a combination of topography and landscaping, its impacts on the local or wider landscape would be contained from primary receptors. In addition, the LVIA further concludes that the views towards the site are highly localised, with the development hugging the undulating topography at a low level. It is also noted that officers agree with the conclusions of the LVIA, and we would once again draw attention to the fact that any boundary gaps will be reinforced with supplementary planting, and as already mentioned, the western boundary reinforced with further woodland planting. Turning to ecology, in terms of impacts on protected species and/or their habitats, the applicant has worked proactively to respond to the comments of the Council's Ecology Officer and note they are now satisfied, subject to the imposition of planning conditions. And again, as already mentioned earlier in the benefits section, I think it's really important to note the generous biodiversity net gain provision on this scheme, which amounts to a total of 136%, again, well beyond the statutory minimum. I would also add that the applicant and officers, as I understand it, have, without prejudice to obviously the outcome of the decision of the committee today, finalised this Section 106 agreement relating to the delivery of BNG proposals. Turning to archaeology and heritage assets, a geophysical survey was carried out, not detecting any significant below ground heritage assets. We've heard some of the discussion today about the consultees from the council and their advice and concerns. I think we have got a condition in place as part of the recommendation, which is condition 8. And as noted by officers, that that condition is something fully accepted by the applicant, as is the risk that if further discovery was to occur, then mitigation would be necessary. But that delay and the risk sits firmly with the applicant. Finally, we also note the tree officer, environmental health, have no objections to the proposed development. I just want to touch upon site selection, if I may. I would first qualify there's no policy requirement for undertaking a sequential search for sites. The most important point is often proximity to electricity grid infrastructure, which UK Power Networks has confirmed there to be sufficient free capacity to take the 42 megawatts of energy generated. Careful consideration is then given to constraints, seeking to avoid, where possible, the higher values of national parks, AONB, special protection areas, SSIs, green belts, etc., and adverse impacts on sensitive residential receptors as well. I think I'd also mention that in terms of alternate sites, obviously, the committee can only consider what's in front of them today, but many of these developers for solar farms could obviously only progress their schemes with the agreement of a landowner, and it is the case that many developers, including this applicant, do make inquiries about alternate sources of location for PV panels, such as brownfield land or even existing buildings, but the agreements simply don't come forward. So what I'd just like to end with is that this proposed development fulfils all of these criteria with significant material benefits, as already outlined, no unacceptable adverse impacts in compliance with all relevant national and local planning policy objectives. As such, I would urge members of the Planning Committee to support the officer recommendation to grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Now, I did say in my opening remarks, I would offer at this point a short break if anybody requires it. Yeah, there are a few nods from the committee because you understand that if you leave during the actual debate, then you can't really return and make a contribution by voting. On that basis, then, according to me, it's 11:14. So could I just say 11:25? 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, members, for being so prompt. And I think all the public are back as well. Right, I have a list of members who have indicated they wish to speak. Councillor Glossop. Okay. So are all glasses refreshed now so we can carry on? Okay. So Councillor Hood, please.
Thank you. I just had some questions for the planning officer to start with. Is this not on? Is this on?
It's just quite quiet. Lewis, is there any chance of putting the volume up a touch?
I'm not normally told to speak up. Okay. So, questions. The decommissioning. There is obviously no requirement at this point to decommission. And so my question is, what would happen if the applicant got permission and then at the end of 40 years was no longer there? How would you secure the removal of these solar panels? Obviously, if this was approved, we would need that to be guaranteed, and I can't see anything in the papers that gets close to that. That's the first thing. The second thing is food security, which I personally take very seriously. Can you confirm that the air miles or whatever generated to fly in and replace the food that won't now be grown on this land is included in the calculations? Regarding the 40 years, I am aware that we're being told that's temporary, but could you clarify why 40 years is temporary? Because it doesn't, there are differing views on whether that's temporary or not. So it'd be helpful to know where the temporary aspect of it comes from. Section 106, I was a bit worried this seems very, very low, and I just wonder if you could explain why it is so low. And then I've got concerns about the biodiversity net gain, but I'm not going to ask that question now. What I'm going to ask is the planning balance. I know this is a very extensive report, so I'm not being critical, but I find, we've accepted that there's harm. The report accepts that, but there are a lot of what I would call bland statements about likely to be, considered to be, consultees have confirmed. Those kind of statements lead me to believe that this planning balance is not objective, but is subjective, and I find that concerning. So could you confirm how the planning balance works? Those are my first questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry I shall wander a bit. I notice in para 79 it says it's a 48-week period for building, but the access is by that concrete pad. That concrete pad was put there for sugar beet, and I just wonder whether anybody has considered how the sugar beet lorries in and out loading off that will impact on the traffic that is going to come up with this. It's a 48-week period, so it's guaranteed to cover a beet season. Have we considered what's going to happen on that score? Or has anybody even mentioned it? The speed limit on the 143, I noticed this morning that all the signs, apart from the 20-mile-an-hour chipping signs, have disappeared. So it's getting back to being a de-restricted road again, thank God, after about a year. And then we're going to slap a 40 limit in a section. It's a bit worrying, that. archaeology we seem to be a bit wishy-washy with that. I would remind people that there is a lot of historic stuff in that area. When they did North Close in Stanton, the developer managed to smash up a Roman remains there before somebody blew the whistle on him, and all they found later was chippings. We have a Roman villa just out of the village. It's all there. And I just wonder whether we're sort of not being stiff enough with the archaeology on that to get it looked at properly before we start any digging or possible construction on the site. Para 83, not sure about this. National highways. The glint and glare assessment suggests there will be no impact on the users of the A14. I'm not sure where you'll see it from the A14. Seems a bit far out. Para 84 tells us approximately 1.4k section of the A143 will be subject to glint and glare. It says further down 900 metres of screening on 143. So what happens to the other half a k of, is that still fully visible? I wonder. Para 87 lists a lot of aircraft activity and various towers and bits and pieces, but it doesn't mention MOD, the Wattisham traffic. And I seem to recall for many a moon the gunships seem to hide behind a piece of woodland which is on this site, so they could do all their surveillance work and at about 25 feet off the floor, but over the top of this site. I don't see a mention of Wattisham in here. I wonder whether they were consulted being a different lot to the RAF. Agricultural land, yes, great, we're losing it. We're losing it. It's only 40 years. What are we going to eat for 40 years? If we're doing this everywhere across the country and looking at that slide early on in the process, we seem to be slapping these things in willy-nilly, not a care in the world. It'll be gone in 40 years. What are we going to be eating? We heard from the parish clerk, oh dear.
You mean the Vice Chair of Parish Council?
Karen, yes.
Yeah.
That it's getting harder for farmers to produce food and all the rest of it. And here we are just taking out of use. I mean, people are going to get fed up with eating sheep because that's all you're going to get in there. Construction management strategy. Para 6, this must be in conditions. I noticed certain things in there, noise, communications plan to inform local residents of the programme of works, and dust management. Well, looking at the development just down the road from that, all those three things are being ignored completely. And we mentioned the Stanton claylands. Well, I can assure you the big heaps there are chalk, and they are blowing quite well. But nothing seems to happen, so is the same going to apply with this one? Are we going to pull the conditions in and then just forget them? I must admit, I read the construction traffic management for the national highways, and I thought that was much firmer. If you change the A14 to the A143, that would look a lot better than what I see in Para 6. And I think that's me, Mr. Chairman, for the moment.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Thorndyke. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got a few different issues, but I'm going to focus on just one right now, which is I've read through the Glint and Glare report with somewhat forensic detail. So the way that they work is that they produce these things called recept points, which is where they measure along the road every so often at a different point and work out whether there will be glint and glare at that point. On the A1088, receptor points A1 to A6, and on the 143, B2 to B5, B10 to B16 are all receptor points where solar reflections are geometrically possible and occur inside a road user's primary field of view. So that's within 50 degrees, basically right in front of you. Some of these are going to be screened by existing landscaping. The report goes on to state that it should all be screened from road users' views, and that the applicant could use soft or hard landscaping to achieve this. The applicant proposes to use soft landscaping only as a mixture of existing landscaping and new landscaping to go in between the areas where there's gaps. If this works, fine. But I do have some questions about whether or not this is going to work. We've conditioned this with condition 13. The soft landscaping is only conditioned for 5 years. This is a 40-year period. So how are we going to ensure that this landscaping is there for the following 35 years? Given the fact that the landscaping is not just something pretty, this is performing a health and safety function as well for the road. Question 2, will the plants be big enough to block these glints and glares at the start of the scheme? Obviously, planting whips into a hedgerow, it's going to take a while for the plants to grow. Are we conditioning this such that these glints and glares are not visible from the road at the start of the scheme? 3, is all existing soft landscaping that's being used for this health and safety purpose within the applicant's control? From the report, it's not clear whether this is all screening that's within the red line boundary of the site, or whether it's using trees and hedgerows that are the sole responsibility of third parties, in which case the applicant cannot control it, not even for a moment, let alone for 40 years. And then finally, the glint and glare survey says that these incidents will be happening, the sun's in the correct geometric part of the sky, from March to September. So I'd like to identify which of the natural species that it says we're using is going to be able to totally screen these glints and glares from March onwards until September. Has that been looked at? Because hedgerows are pretty bare in March. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. I've got Councillor Miller-Jones, Councillor Bull and Councillor Lynch yet to speak, but I want to break this down so Officer could come back on the first 3 members' questions. So, Savannah and Pete, over to you.
Okay, so Councillor Hood, you questioned about the decommissioning of the scheme. Condition 23 requires a site-wide restoration and decommissioning plan to be submitted to us to demonstrate how the site will be restored to a natural habitat post-operational life of the application site. It will include details of the removal of equipment, facilities and structures, including subsurface cabling and footings, any access roads created for building or maintaining the system shall be removed and replanted with an appropriate species mix. So that is a condition that we use and have used on other solar farm sites around the district. So obviously we've taken that approach here as well. Regarding
Is the question how do we control the decommissioning? And it's just through condition. If you didn't say that already, yes, that's fine. Yeah.
So effectively, we would control the decommissioning through the condition. Your question about the temporary nature of the development, obviously, as we've said, 40 years is a significant amount of time. The temporary nature of solar farms is a well-established principle in planning, with the planning practice guidance advising that they are normally temporary structures and that conditions can be used to ensure their removal and the restoration of the land. This principle is frequently cited by appellants and acknowledged by inspectors. And obviously it's important to recognise at this moment in time in your decision making that the development will be for a period of 40 years. with your question about the Section 106, the fee that we've got for that is to secure the BNG monitoring. So we essentially calculate that based on site areas and the level of distinctiveness of the habitat created. So we do that via a calculator, and that gives us the fee that we need to be obtaining from an applicant in relation to monitoring the BNG for a period, I think we've said 30 years in this instance. I'll pass to Pete in a second to answer your other questions, but if I just carry on going through for now, and then Pete will fill in any gaps. Councillor Thorndyke, in relation to your question about archaeology, I'll try my best to explain this as best as possible. Essentially, Suffolk County Council, as the Archaeological Service, have requested that the applicant carry out predetermination trial trenching. Now, if the applicant didn't carry out the predetermination trial trenching, there are risks associated with that. Now, the risks are more on the developer side of things. So that was things like delaying, discovering archaeological remains and having to stop altogether. It could incur extra costs on their behalf, things like that, basically. So what they've said in their consultation response is if the applicant was happy to accept the risks identified, then post-development trial trenching could be carried out. And we have got conditions in place which are essentially pre-commencement conditions and before any development happens to ensure that, those works are carried out. And that is an approach Suffolk Archaeology have carried out on different schemes as well. Obviously, they do prefer predetermination, but if applicants are happy to accept risks associated with not carrying out predetermination trial trenching, then conditions can be recommended to ensure that they're done post-determination. And I just want to clarify as well, I think there was comments from yourself and Councillor London about the glint and glare from the panels. I just want to clarify that the glint and glare assessment was carried out prior to the removal of the panels on that eastern field. So that was done what I would call a worst case scenario, factoring in those panels from the A143. But since those panels have been removed, I would say that the relationship has improved. However, I think I measured on that eastern field, the shortest distance between where the panel boundary is now to where the field is going to be left open. I've measured that at just over 100 metres at the smallest point. So I just wanted to clarify that the glint and glare assessment was carried out taking into account the panels on those eastern fields that have now since been removed from the scheme. Questions about, the construction management plan, and if they're not complying with the condition, then we can seek enforcement action. Standard with, if there's a breach of condition, then that would be something for the enforcement team to investigate. And I'll pass to Pete to fill in any gaps.
Okay, thank you, Savannah. Just picking up, if I can, back with Councillor Hood and food security. I think it's obviously a very complicated issue and one that we could delve right into. I think the thing I would direct members to consider is how policies relate to the protection of best and most versatile land. Savannah, within her report and her presentation today, has spoken about how they are covered, and the policies seek to move them away from those. Is the preference, I think, was the wording that she used. But it is a material consideration in that regard. But going down to the level of whether food is shipped in or whether it's brought on a train or whether it's brought in by air freight, it isn't something I would encourage members to go down on. In terms of the weighting and the judgment, Councillor Hood had some comments around the language. So as officers, we seek to form our professional view, and we do that having considered best practice, and we do that having considered the facts and the evidence before us. Obviously, members are entitled to form different weightings and different judgments. That's what we're here for today. So that's where the language has come from there. In terms of the SIL comments, I think your comment was it's a bit light. Forgive me if I've got my wording slightly wrong there. Obviously, when we seek to secure sums of money for things, they should only be in accordance with the SIL regulations. So they have to be absolutely necessary to make the scheme acceptable. Sorry. And so nobody has come forward, as you might have with a housing scheme. Someone might ask for an education contribution or a health contribution. And in this instance, it's simply what's outlined in the report. The only other part that I have, I think, unless someone's going to, is Councillor Thorndyke spoke about RF Wattisham. They, I believe, as the others, they scour planning applications. We don't consult them, and they would be free to review our planning applications and make comments to us, like many consultees choose to do. So I think that hopefully answers that. Done the Clinton Glare. Councillor London spoke about landscape and B&G. I'd just like to confirm with Savannah and then come back to you on that if I can. So your question was around landscaping and whether it would be protected after 5 years, and our understanding is that much of the landscaping forms the BNG, which is protected for a much longer period. The council can attach tree preservation orders after the 5-year standard condition, or we could attach a condition for a longer period of replaced if they're dead, dying and diseased. So there's that. So I think that's wrapping up, but obviously, as always, if we've missed something, we'll happily come back to you. Excuse me, thank you. Can I just, there was Councillor Hood, Councillor Thorndyke and Councillor London who asked, the first three members. Is there anything you want to come back on without adding any additional points? Because I want to move forward to other members. So it's just clarification for your previous question. Councillor Hood then, please.
Thank you. I just want to quote for the record then that decommissioning, if there was a different owner or in 40 years' time, there will be no obligation for the developer to remove these, no enforceable obligation for the developer to remove these panels. That's first clarification. Second clarification for the record that the environmental impact of having to fly in food or whatever, which would reduce any net gain from this scheme, has not been included in the calculations. And the third clarification is the planning balance is subjective, not objective, which I'll come back to later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Councillor Thorndyke, did you want to follow up on your... yeah, come back later. And Councillor London, you're down. Do you want to follow up on your first question? Okay, please do. But please don't stray into any other...
I'm not going to stray into any other things. So I asked 4 questions originally, and I believe I've had a reasonable answer to the first one, which was, how do we make this safe for the next 35 years after the 5 years? And I believe the answer is yes, but it needs to be conditioned. Obviously, before we move to vote, I'd want to understand what those conditions were, because as far as I'm aware, BNG is 30 years and this is a 40-year. So it would be for the entirety of the 40-year period that we are dealing with. And I want to confirm that. The second question, which I don't believe you answered, is will the plants be big enough to block the glints and glares at the scheme's start? Because, of course, we can just plant whips, and that's going to do nothing for the first few years. Question number three, is all the existing soft landscaping used for this health and safety purpose in the applicant's control? We haven't answered that. And then fourthly, on the glint and glare study, it mentioned that the glints and glares will start as early as March, geometrically with where the sun is in the sky. We've identified that we're going to use native species. Native species are bare at the beginning of March. How do we square that circle? How do we make sure that this vegetation is fulfilling the health and safety function it is required to do in March? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Let me just have a chat with officers. Officers are going to come back on the points of clarification, because I really would like to square the edge and then we can continue the discussion. Thank you.
So, Councillor Hood, just to confirm, with the decommissioning condition, the conditions will run with the land, not the landowner. So if the site did change ownership, then the conditions would essentially be with the land, not the person who's applied for the planning permission. So even if the site did change ownership, those conditions would still stand.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, without a bond, there's no way of enforcing.
Yeah, the condition is considered to pass the 6 tests, one of them being enforceable. So if we reach the 40 years and in the scenario where the current owner at that time just simply didn't want to remove them and didn't seek to come back and engage with the local planning authority, it would be we would have the power to enforce against that condition 23, as we would with normal conditions of that type.
Going back to Councillor London's questions. So the landscaping is contained within the red line. And I think in relation to the landscaping, obviously being premature, I've acknowledged in the report that it will take time to establish, and that during the time that it's establishing the impact, you'll be able to see obviously the panels and the associated infrastructure whilst it's establishing essentially. But yeah, all the landscaping is contained within the red line, as shown on their landscaping plan. And your question in relation to the glint and glare, I think we would just need to have a further review of the glint and glare study, because being honest, we're not 100% sure on the answer, and we would want to give that a bit of further consideration.
Councillor London, can you just pop your mic off? Oh, that's okay. Thank you very much indeed. Right, I'm going to consider that we've squared the edge on the initial questions. So are we now going to move on? And Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Quite a bit of what I wanted to say has sort of been said, but I do want to just come back on the glint and glare thing and the landscaping. I have massive concerns. I have the same concerns about the landscaping not being initially mature enough to screen that. It's about the glint and glare on the road specifically. It is a matter of sort of life and death. And I do so I would very much want to support this from the point of view of sort of, net zero carbon, also sort of, energy security for ourselves as a country. We need to be in charge of our own energy. I very much want to support a solar farm. There's no way I could support it with what I consider to be sort of a slightly lax response to the fact that there could be glint on the road in people's line of sight that could end up killing someone. I would question, I know that the glint and glare study was done before that boundary moved. I would say that we would need to condition that a new study is done to see whether there is any glint on the road in any place. If there is, I would then want to condition that until the landscaping is mature enough to fully screen that part of road where the glint and glare is, even if that requires, planting mature plants from elsewhere, whatever needs to be done, that no solar panels can go up in that section that will then be causing glint onto the road. Because I don't think we can approve something where people's, visual, whatever you call it, when they're driving, is at risk. So that is a huge issue for me. In general, with the planting, I feel as though a lot of the issues that were raised by residents, by Historic England, all of the issues with sort of the amenity of the area, the issues with noise, a lot of those would be resolved by more planting, specifically on that western boundary. And I just wonder why it is that the sort of the planting that has been planned for that bit is sort of as low as as little as it is, because more planting along that boundary, which was what Historic England asked for with relating to Barbwell Hall. It would also then protect those homes from the noise. I know there's talk about how the noise in the morning should be quite low and then during the day it'll be higher. But as we know, we're having heat waves where actually it's getting hot really early in the morning, and therefore those fans and everything are going to be starting earlier as time goes on. Again, we're looking at 40 years. To pick up on what Councillor London said again about that timescale, it does clearly say, I think on page 79, that planting, the applicant is responsible for replanting anything that's lost over 5 years. So if that planting is linked to the BNG thing and is supposed to go on for 30 years, which I agree with Councillor London, it needs to be 40, because again, for the safety aspect of that glint and glare and everything. But if it's linked to the BNG, then I think that should be changed to say they need to replace the planting for 30 years or for 40 years, because why is it only saying 5 years if they do need to keep doing it? I don't understand why that's in there with the 5-year wording. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'd like some clarity on that. And then my last question was just about the biodiversity net gain, which I feel like there isn't really very much info, or at least not that I could find, to actually explain what it is that they're doing, what those mitigation measures are. But it looks to me, from what I could tell, that it's all on site. And my concern for wildlife would be the impact of the noise of the fans, because a lot of wildlife is very sensitive to noise. They require, their hearing for hunting and for safety and for a whole range of things. And if the habitat measures are going to be on site, then there are going to be noise issues for the wildlife. So I just wanted to sort of clarify if that has been sort of looked into, and if there are any measures to sort of mitigate that part of things. And I think that was all. But my main point really was that there needs to be something addressed about this planting, because if there's, and I would like to condition that a new glint and glare study is done before anything happens, and that it's then conditioned that if there is any glint or glare to be found on the road at any point that could be a safety issue, that there has to be something in place to screen that. I mean, whatever that might be, before any panels go up in that section, because without that, I think we can't in good conscience approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Bull, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to a lot of important points, but but none of them really have been about impact on the village of Bardwell itself. And it is the cumulative impact that worries me. We have the other solar farm, the other side of the village. We have a huge area with these trees, which I can't remember, which has got high fencing round it. So the village is being surrounded by land that is fenced. And I would like to understand, in that cumulative impact, whether we have an idea of the number of hectares that are now being fenced off compared to the actual area of the village itself. And I do think it's the cumulative impact of this solar farm that troubles me for the village.
Thank you, Councillor Bullock. I think it's Paulina trees. I think that's the correct pronunciation, Paulina. Thank you, but Councillor Lynch, please.
Yeah, I had a similar question around the cumulative impact of, it was assessed for visual impact, but it wasn't assessed for agricultural land general usage being cumulative. And then I wanted to talk a bit more about the section, condition 23, the decommissioning. It says that it's required to, should submit a plan, but even if that's enforceable, it sounds like all you're enforcing is that they should submit a plan about how they might want to decommission it in the future, perhaps. So it doesn't look like it requires it actually being carried out, that plan. And I want to know how the makeup of the classifications of agricultural land compared to the general area class. Like, we've got this ratio of 25, 14, 14, but how does that compare to the rest of the county? And also, condition 23 requires it to be restored to natural habitat, not to the original agricultural classification of the land. And I can imagine natural habitat being anything. It could be a rabbit warren. There was also the fact that the officers have concluded that Section 106 is needed to secure BNG monitoring, but don't think it's required to secure decommissioning. And I would like to know if that map they showed with all of the solar farms in the area where this application site was in the bottom right corner, are there any others around, or is that literally all of them in East Anglia? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. I'm going to take Councillor David Smith and then come back to officers again in an attempt to take this in manageable chunks in terms of responses. So Councillor David Smith, please.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully there's not too many questions to ask you. More a statement, I guess. Now, thanks to Savannah for the report. I think it goes a long way to addressing a lot of the concerns that have been raised by residents and objectors. You're never going to please everybody all the time. And with these type projects, nobody wants this sort of thing on their doorstep. Now, recently we refused an application in Horringer, a similar sort of thing. We need to recognise that, especially in this geopolitical instability we live in, we can't rely on imported oil these days, and we have to produce our own energy. And one of the best ways to do that is through these solar farms. So the problem is, where do we find them? Where do we find places to put these? And as I say, you're not going to please everybody because people don't want these on their doorsteps. But it is a problem that we have to resolve. We have to find a way of moving this forward. The question was raised about food production. I think it was said in the report that the biggest risk is climate change to food production, not solar farms. So to say we're actually reducing food production by putting solar farms in is probably not strictly true. We've just passed a motion at council to reinforce our commitment to the stewardship of our area of this planet. We can't do the whole planet. We can only look after the bits that we can control, which is West Suffolk. So our policy support this LC6, we need to sort of look to things that can support lessening of the climate effect, climate change effect. And I think my problem is that if we do refuse this application, there's not a strong enough argument for it to get through scrutiny for appeal. So I'm going to keep an open mind on this for now. But yeah, as I say, there was no question there really, just a bit of a rant. Thank you.
That's okay, Councillor Smith. We all do it from time to time. Right, I've got Councillor Thorndyke and Councillor Hood, but if you could just bear with myself whilst we get officers to respond to the questions that have been asked in what I'm going to call round two.
Again, I'll answer as best as I can and I'll get Pete to fill in any gaps. I'll start with Councillor Lynch. Thank you for your questions. So condition 23, we would expect the plan to include timescales for decommissioning, but if members are minded to approve the application, we could add some further wording into the condition which requires timescales, or to be specific, for them to submit a plan which details when they're going to be decommissioning. Your other question in relation to the map that showed the nearest solar farms. So again, they're the closest ones to the site. And as I said in my presentation, we're required to consider the cumulative impact. I don't know about others in East Anglia, but there are a few that are being considered by officers at this present time. Mostly in the south area. I think we've got one Cavendish and one's been approved in Wixo. It's sometimes difficult to keep tabs on them because a lot of them historically have been dealt with using delegated powers. So not that they fall under the radar, but there's not as much knowledge about them as the ones that, say, get referred to Development Control Committee. And I'll pass to Pete to fill in any gaps on the other members' questions. Thank you.
Just to clarify on that point, really, I would just like to say that the relevant solar farms have been considered cumulatively. So Savannah mentioned two in Wixo and Cavendish. They're probably about as far south of our district as we can. Clearly, we wouldn't include those in a assessment, cumulative impact assessment in this part of the world. So please, if members can be satisfied that the relevant solar farms where there is a realistic chance of them being felt cumulatively have been considered in their totality. The matter of landscaping and glint and glare is something that as officers, perhaps we haven't had all the answers to today, and I'd like to have a bit more of a go around landscaping, particularly following Councillor Miller-Jones's comments. So the 5 years of the condition that says landscaping should be replaced within 5 years is a standard condition. We've had that, and many local planning authorities up and down the land have that, and one development comes forward, that ensures that landscaping that might die in those first 5 years or become diseased is replaced. And by and large, that condition has worked satisfactorily because people don't tend to wait until the 5th year and then the first day and just take it upon themselves to remove landscaping. Likewise, there is landscaping up and down our district which is not controlled and could be removed. So the 30 years for B&G relates to legislation. So that is relates to the legislation around that element. We wouldn't be able to increase that. What might happen is beyond the 30 years, there might be, at that time, it might be considered if there was pressure to develop, we might put some kind of controls. TPOs come in a variety of formats, but it would be controlled for that 30 years in the first instance. They would obviously then mature, and there may be at that time some further controls attached to them. In terms of the noise and impact on ecology, that's not something that our ecologists have identified is of a concern. I'm satisfied that they would have considered that. And if it was considered to be important or necessary, they would have asked for further changes or things elsewhere. And in terms of what the makeup of the districts, I think it was Councillor Lynch spoke about the makeup of classification 2, 3, 3A and 3B and what that is across this site as a ratio and what we've got elsewhere. I don't think we would be able to say that to you. The land classification is done generally and they're done from records from DEFRA. And then when applications like this come forward, they're effectively ground truthed so that developers and applicants can explain in further detail, having tested their site, what they think that is. So we have that mixture that's been put forward to us. We've got no reason to consider that the makeup is anything different to that. And that kind of reflects what you might expect in our part of the world. We're a very rural district and agriculture is a really vital part of our economy. I think I'll leave that for now and then we'll come back if need be.
Thank you, officers. Okay, I'll do the same on round 2 as I did on round 1. So Councillor Miller-Jones, Bull, Lynch, David Smith and Thorndyke, do you want to follow up on anything? Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I just would like an answer to my question about if we can condition that a new glint and glare study has to be done and that if it then shows any glint or glare on any part of the road, that has to be screened before any solar panels go up, because that is my biggest issue. And I would sort of be quite happy to propose with that condition, but I'm not gonna, without that condition, I probably wouldn't then be able to sort of, agree with approving this. So I just would like to clarify if that is possible. Thank you.
So, having considered this matter further, I think my concern around if members were minded to approve the scheme before them today with a condition around a glint and glare is if there was even the most remote part of if there was a small possibility for 1 minute of one day of the year where there might be the possibility, then I wouldn't want to then move forward with that beyond members having given planning permission. So I would like to encourage members to consider whether they would want to defer the application today and instruct or direct members to go away and work with the applicant to do a further glint and glare assessment, which we could wrap up alongside the landscaping, and we could ask for further details around how that works in the initial phase of the development and when that landscaping is immature. And then we could come back to you, giving you a much more detailed assessment on the latest scheme. That obviously, though, is for members to consider.
And just for clarity, it wouldn't be members working on that, it would be officers.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
that's
Bad wording on my part. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, well, it's a consideration. We haven't actually got any proposal on the table at the moment, but we may get one on round 3. And we start with Councillor Thorndyke. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lynch, I beg your pardon.
What I felt was the most important point about the condition 23 was the fact that it reads as if you can only enforce them to come up with a plan and not to carry out that plan. And a plan that is not carried out is worthless.
Do you want to take a note of that and come back when we go through that? Yeah, we'll come back onto that, Councillor Lynch. Thank you for reminding me. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Thank you, Chair. Not happy with the archaeology answer because if I repeat what happened in Stanton with the Roman remains getting dug up by a contractor, and they would have disappeared again but for a whistleblower shouting loud and long about the what was happening. So this is a wide open area in the countryside. If a contractor happens to dig up something that's remains and should be looked at, all he's got to do is bury it again and nobody will be any the wiser. So I'm not happy with what we're hearing about archaeology at all. Quick query on the MOD fuel line. You'll know about that, Chair, that comes across Glassfield Road. I haven't seen a mention of it yet. I might have missed it somewhere, but I don't think so. That will obviously have to be worked around as they dig the power cables in, and I'm not sure whether that won't affect any of the rest of the site for where it comes across. So can we have a good look at the MOD fuel line that comes across Glassfield Road and heads in a southerly direction? I'd hate for that to be missed and dug up halfway through the operation. The other query is relative to the HGVs turning into this site, coming from the Ixworth direction. Will they do that entirely on the left-hand carriageway, or will they have to swing out across the other side to manage their turning in? If they're running HGVs some length, they will need quite an arc to get in on the left, and I'm not sure we've got that on what we're looking at. And the other worry is the amount we're swinging on enforcement here. Are we going to double the size of our enforcement section to deal with what's going to come up? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Councillor Hood, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I put a proposal on the table that we are minded to refuse this for numerous reasons, which I want to elaborate on? We have over 70 objections. We know we're here to represent our residents. Harm is accepted. It's been agreed that the planning balance is subjective. There's no way of actually enforcing the decommissioning without a bond. I certainly don't believe the benefits outweigh the harms. I can't really see any benefits other than the actual production of the energy, which could be done by putting solar panels on roofs. There's the glint and glare. There's clearly cumulative impact. There's the noise. I'm very confused how there can be biodiversity net gain. I don't think the Section 106 is adequate, and there are the other points raised by colleagues, archaeology and the highways. So I'm putting a proposal minded to refuse. Thank you.
I was just going to suggest, members don't normally propose minded to refuse. It's to refuse. And then officers, no, that's fair enough, Councillor Hood. We now need someone to second a refusal. And I've got Councillor Chester, who just beat you ahead of that, Councillor Bull. Would you like to speak at this point, Councillor Chester?
If I may, Chair.
Of course you can.
I would support the proposal. Can I ask my questions at this juncture or later?
Of course you can, yes.
Okay. Basically, could the case officer go back to an earlier slide of the presentation based on, I think it was cumulative impacts, if you could do that?
Can I just ask a question for you? Because you are in a sunbeam there. Are you okay?
Everything's a
could be divine intervention. Who knows? Yes. Are you okay though?
I'm fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, the slide. Can you go back to the slide on cumulative impacts, please?
Yeah.
Right, okay, this emphasises my point here about the impacts on Bardwell, which are quite severe. And it's about food security. We need to provide our own food security. I feel quite strongly about this. In fact, I feel that food security versus ground-based solar should form part of the planning balance, and I'd like to see that in the future, if possible. That's my first question. Second question relates to the 40-year planning. We can't predict what's likely to happen in 40 years. Planning law will probably change, but under statute as it stands, at the end of this 40-year term, if planning was applied for continuation of this proposal as it is, that has the potential for setting this in perpetuity, forever. Perpetuity is forever. Other question is, my third question is land designation. At the moment, it's agricultural. Power generation is actually an industrial process. Would that change the land classification from agricultural to industrial? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Can I just refer to officers? Can you consider whether this would be a minded to refuse, as I continue to get contributions from the committee members? Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've been listening intently to everything that's been said this morning. Some very detailed questions have been asked, and I'd like to thank Savannah for a very detailed report. Thank you, Savannah. I listened to what the Vice Chair of Bardwell said, and I believe that Bardwell, Councillor Smith said we had got to be producing energy, which we have within our country, but I believe that Bardwell have done their bit towards helping to produce energy. What also worries me, we keep talking about a 40-year term. I suggest everybody thinks about 40 years back. We hadn't even got mobile phones. So 40 years from now, we certainly will not be producing energy from solar panels. We will have moved on. Technology is moving on so quickly. What worries me is we're going to have so many of these solar farms dotted all over the country. And I know I'm only supposed to be talking about this application at the moment, but we're littering the country up with solar panels, which will just be old hat awfully quickly. So that worries me. And I really do think Bardwell have done their bit, and we should, be refusing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. Councillor London, please.
Thank you, Chair. Savannah, would it be possible to bring up page 33 of the Glint and Glare study on the big screen, please? I'm going to restrict myself to this application in the way that we should. We are always told that we must go on the application that we are dealing with. and within the application, go with the papers that have been provided. I have to admit, I'm really concerned that we have a glint and glare study that is apparently, we've sort of been told, well, we'll ignore certain bits of it because they're not necessarily relevant because the certain fields have been removed from photovoltaic use, and therefore glints won't be visible. But we don't know which parts of which field is responsible for what glare. So, for example, when we're talking about the A1088, the fields that have been removed from the scheme are not the fields closest to the 1088. They are the other side of the solar farm. So they're not going to be the ones that are, as far as I can tell, creating that issue. On the page that I've referenced as well, page 33, outlined in white is figure 10, screening relevant to road receptors A1 to A6 with street view imagery taken from receptor A2. And it clearly outlines large sections of vegetation that are outside the red line boundary of the site. So it very clearly shows that existing vegetation in the landscape is being used as part of the assessed screening for glint and glare on the roads. We have no control over this landscaping. It's in third-party ownership. It could be removed at any time by those third parties, which would then allow for the issues with regards to glint and glare to be provided. I would be happy to allow this to go forwards and to vote for approval. But what I'd want is something that really, really robustly shows that that is not possible. That if third-party vegetation is removed, that there would then be a response from the applicant over the 40-year period to make sure. Because let's be really, really clear. It's not that the glint and glare study says they need to put planting in place. The glint and glare study says they need to use either hard or soft landscaping. So they could build fences. They could build structures to avoid this problem. And they have made the decision to use planting instead. That is a cheaper decision, but it's other people's planting. And we need to make sure that that is valid. And I don't see that in this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. I think I'm going to continue with the next two members and then we'll come back to officers. Councillor Ball, please.
This was really more of a comment back to my original question. David Smith said, you know, we all support solar farms, but not necessarily on our own doorstep. But I think Bardwell have done their bit. They've got a solar farm there, and now we want them to have another one. And I think if we were talking about housing, we'd be thinking about in terms of overdevelopment. And I just think they've done their bit, and that area is getting quite. Well, you can see from there are quite a few, and that's why I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. And to finish off this round, Councillor Miller-Jones again, please.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of comments. So while I understand concerns about food security, as has been mentioned, the biggest risks to food security are climate change and soil degradation. And this application would actually address and improve both of those. So overall, it is a net benefit to food security. And energy security is a far bigger concern for our country because we currently are spending a fortune on, trying to provide energy to ourselves. And we all know the cost of that to ourselves. So I do think that that is sort of not the thing to worry about in this case because it should be an improvement. I don't like to defer applications whenever possible. If we can possibly avoid it, I think we should get things done because we don't want to waste people's time, all the rest of it. But in this case, I would prefer deferral because I think like the vast majority, most if not all of the resident objections could be resolved by improved conditions on that planting. As I said, the visual impact, the noise, if the whole thing's surrounded by, trees that are tall enough and it can't be seen and it can't be heard, that will take away pretty much all of those resident objections. So I think it would be a mistake to refuse it now before we see if we can actually do something with the application that actually removes objections. And next time the residents will be fine because, these issues have been resolved. So on that basis, I won't be voting to refuse because I do think, as suggested by officers, there could be further work done that would then actually make this work for everybody and for our net zero targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Okay, just give me a moment, please. For the proposer and seconder, can you just be absolutely clear on what the reasons would be for refusal? And then we'll come back on to whether that's a protocol issue or not. You did read the list out earlier, Councillor Hood, didn't you? Yes, you did. Councillor Hood, then.
So harm is accepted. The planning balance is subjective, and I believe the harm outweighs the so-called benefits. I also think that relates to, with great respect to Councillor Miller-Jones, food security, because I actually think we can put solar panels on other places. So food security, I don't believe the decommissioning is secured. I think you need a bond to do that in 40 years. There is the glint and glare, which hasn't been satisfactorily resolved. There's clearly cumulative impact as spelt out by other colleagues. There's the noise issue. I don't accept that there is the biodiversity net gain that we are being told. There is the Section 106 is not adequate. And that's just about it, I think. So I think it's overdevelopment. I think there are material planning reasons for refusing this.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. It's just been pointed out, archaeology was an issue you raised. Yeah.
And highways, apparently.
Inside the actual site.
Okay. So would you like to add archaeology? Because
I would like to add archaeology, and also there have been highways concerns spelt out by other colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now, Councillor Chester, can you think of anything you would like to
I think Councillor Hood has actually got it covered, but food security is a major one on my agenda, and obviously the impacts on Bardwell as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Chester. I just need to clarify this now with officers.
Okay, thank you ever so much. I was making the best notes I could there, and I would just like to come back, if I can, on a number of these, because we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So the first one I've made there was subjectivity over objectivity, and we couldn't list that as a reason for refusal. I accept that you maybe individually or collectively disagree with the planning balance that officers have come to, but we wouldn't be able to say, so reasons for refusal should be in accordance with policies and both locally and nationally. And some of the bits that you've picked up on, other of the remaining 11 do pick up on those, noise, for example. But I think I need to go through these and just give some feedback to members on here. So in no particular order, highways, I would be recommending against that because we have no objection from the Highway Authority, and I think that would be extremely difficult for us to substantiate or defend at appeal. The archaeology actually relates to a note that I still wanted to come back to Councillor Thorndyke on, and I would just touch upon this now in the round if I could, and I apologise for not coming back to it earlier, Councillor Thorndyke. So the issue around archaeology is one that the Archaeological Service are not objecting to the scheme, and that they are entirely satisfied that the risks associated with conditioning trial trenching as carried out by qualified archaeologists at the expense of the developer is an appropriate way forward. That might not always be the case on certain sites. The Archaeological Service have their own records, and some sites are much more sensitive than others. If I give a very extreme example, if we were doing work in the Abbey Gardens, I'm sure they would want that work done much, before planning permission is granted. But on a risk-based assessment, from their position, they are satisfied that we could grant planning permission, and then the developer would need to carry out that trial trenching after permission is given. You mentioned an issue in Stanton whereby the developer did something. I'm afraid I'm not aware of that, but this trial trenching after the event would be carried out by qualified archaeologists, and they would be working with Suffolk County Council Archaeology. So I would again guard against that as a reason for refusal. We haven't necessarily, or I haven't picked up on it today, fully understood overdevelopment, was one of the notes I made here. So I think we'd need to understand a bit more about that. The section 106 is actually something that Savannah has reminded me of, and obviously as Councillor Hood has spoken about. As we sit here at the moment, there isn't a signed Section 106 agreement, so that would need to be a technical reason for refusal. If, however, pardon me. Yeah. If, however, we generally felt there should be some other things that we should secure, without understanding what those specific things are, then that's very difficult for us to advise on. You mentioned, though, the decommissioning, which would be at the developer's expense. And so we wouldn't need to secure the necessary funds for that. So again, I would guard against a reason beyond in just general terms on Section 106 when we haven't said we would want X for Y. We'd need those details. So I would guard against that. Having said all that, I think today I'd like to invoke the protocol, and that talks specifically around clarity. And I am cognizant of today that there have been a number of questions, very reasonable questions. It's been an excellent debate by members. And if you are seeking to refuse the scheme, we would do a minded to, and we would go away and provide further information around landscaping and glint and glare. And that may be updating that work and carrying out a review of that work and then coming back to members so that many of the very reasonable and diligent questions that have been asked today of us can be set out in a report and fully expressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Pete. Okay, got a couple of members. Councillor Hood again, please.
Thank you. Do we, and I say this with the greatest of respect, do we actually have to accept minded to refuse? I know that got it wrong in the beginning, but are we able, against the officer's recommendation just to refuse? That's my first question. And then I've got another one.
It's an officer decision, apparently, so...
So we have to accept
we have
it.
to accept
So we can't refuse. We can only mind it to refuse.
Bearing in mind, it's effectively a deferral anyway.
Yeah,
So,
I got it right the first time by mistake. Okay, and then the harm outweighing, I think the harm is accepted. I personally believe, based on everything that we've discussed, it clearly outweighs the benefit. So I'm responding to that. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Given the fact that we're probably going to come back with this for further information, things that I think would help me and probably other members of the committee to make a decision. One, the exact wording of any condition that would be able to be produced with regards to glint and glare, and understanding exactly how that can be conditioned for the entirety of the lifespan of the project, from the commission of the first solar panel to the decommission of the last solar panel, and also noise as well. And I would direct that if there is land that is outside of the developer's control that is being used for mitigation purposes, then we need to understand how that is being conditioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Can I just check with our lawyer? Is that correct then? You're just checking?
Yeah.
It's definitely an officer's decision. Okay, yeah. Okay, Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. I just had a question. What is the difference between deferring this and you guys go away and do this stuff about the landscaping, and if it is voted minded to refuse, is it the exact same thing in practicality? Because either way, you're going to go do that and come back. Does it have any impact if we vote minded to refuse? I just would like to clarify that. And then I want to again support everything Councillor London said. I would just like to say that if we, whatever happens, if we're going away and we're looking at the landscaping and we're looking at the glint and glare, I would just like to clarify that it will be sort of with a new glint and glare study done, and that we will also be looking at increasing that landscaping around that western border, because that should address a lot of the residents' issues, as I previously said. So I'd like that to be included, looking at, more landscaping along that border to sort of address a lot of those resident.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. May I just, I've got Councillor Glossop, and could I just respectfully suggest that after Councillor Glossop, we test out this proposal? Okay, so Councillor Glossop, please.
I think Pete did question about overdevelopment, but I think we're saying overdevelopment for Bardwell to be helping produce energy, because they've already got all these other things. So it is overdevelopment if we now approve another solar farm within their vicinity. So you question that, Pete?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Glossop. Now, I'm hoping final responses from officers before we go to the proposal. Okay.
I will do my best, Chair.
Testing you.
Yeah, a baptism of fire, but no, this is excellent. So, I will come back to what the difference is between a deferral and a minded to refuse. What I would like to just clarify is if we go away with a minded to refuse, we will come back with a risk assessment, and we will come back with more information, and the officers will work with the applicant, and that may result in updated assessments being produced, and we will obviously share those at that time. What it might not do is result in additional landscaping, because we will have to understand if additional landscaping is required. I wouldn't want anyone to think we're going to go away today and promise that additional landscaping will come back, because that will be an iterative process. If additional landscape is needed as a result of carrying out that work, then it may be that's the case, or it may be that there's no additional landscaping. And we will come back and explain that process that we've gone through with members. So if we were to, so the difference between a deferral and are minded to refuse is effectively there is a risk assessment. And it's interesting that you asked that question, because our next item today is an application returning to you, and that has a risk assessment, and we will go through those specific issues that you've asked us to go away and look at. So to ensure that we are going away and looking at the things that the committee wishes to look at, I've got landscaping throughout the development's entire phase. I've got glint and glare and the assessment, and potentially otherwise updating that. Noise was mentioned. Now, I just need to understand, if officers are going back, what is it that you are specifically, if I'm able to ask, is the exam question, if you will, on noise?
Shall I answer that, since I made the proposal, which is that we've heard that there's going to be noise and it's going to affect residents, and I don't think that's acceptable based on what we've heard.
It relates, I think, to the inverters.
Yeah.
The fans in the inverters.
Yeah.
And
these things are not silent.
Yeah, so we need clarity on that as well. So
I think the report, that's lovely, my pen started to die. It's a good job I've got another one. The report concludes that noise from the development, whilst there is some noise, and we all experience noise in our day-to-day lives and in our residential dwellings, is not so severe or so significant that it would cause residential amenity. We could go away and expand on that and seek further dialogue with our colleagues and come back with a fuller answer on that element. Very happy to do that. And then landscaping outside of the control of the applicant is the things that are they're the three things that we would go away with.
Page 71, section 119 and all of that. I think those of us who are in favour of refusing this think that there is not less than substantial harm.
just bear with us a sec.
Can you turn mics on?
Right. Claire, our legal advisor, is going to come back on some of these matters associated with the refusal, just to get some further clarity.
Okay, so what I'm concerned about is that there is a bit of it feels a bit muddled in what we are seeking to achieve here. What we need to be really clear on is the reasons for the refusal, because that's what Minded 2 is for. If it's a case of members want more information to do with the Glint and Glare report, another report, or more information landscaping, then that's a deferral. The Minded 2 protocol is to assess the for reasons that you're putting forward to refuse the application. So I just want to be really clear that, you know, you're refusing it on the basis of that long list of things, or seeking to refuse it on the basis of the long list of things. And what you're not wanting to do is seeking to refuse it, but actually we just want to tinker with the landscaping, and we just want another report. And because I think they're two different things.
Councillor Hood, yeah, please come back.
But they are two different things. And when I look at the conclusion here, you know, I just personally don't agree with the conclusion. They have, this is page 72, there have been a large number of public objections, and then it talks about the benefits. I'm not clear what the benefits are aside from the energy that could actually, doesn't have to be here, could be somewhere else. As we've all discussed, that Bardwell's already got, you know, there's a cumulative impact. And ultimately, with the greatest respect to our officers, 29 says that the benefits are considered to outweigh the harms. In this case, we are here as councillors to give our opinion. This is a subjective view. In my view, the harms outweigh the benefits. And then there's the whole other list. And it was my understanding that officers' role when councillors make a minded to refuse is to clarify the objections so that they will be, you know, so that they're clear and stand up against any kind of challenge. Thank you.
So I can meet. Specific reference to
Members, I know we're discussing, but we're trying to keep it focused and quiet. So thank you. We're inching towards a comment from Claire.
Councillor Hood, if you are prepared to accept it, what I would suggest is that the reason for refusal is that the harm outweighs the benefit, specifically in relation to glint and glare, noise, and landscaping. And the reason why I've limited it to those 3 points is the highways archaeology for section 106 BNG, they're all statutory consultees or statutory regimes. And it wouldn't be necessary to carry out a risk assessment in relation to any of those. But so. Did you say landscape character? Landscaping.
I mean, not the landscaping for the scheme, but in terms of harm, the adverse impact on the landscape character and appearance is significant and cannot be.
So they're one and the same thing. Yeah.
Are we okay? So are we okay based on what Claire has suggested, Rachel? And I'm going to ask Councillor Chester as well.
Please, Claire.
Certainly. So the reason for refusal will be that members feel that the harm outweighs the benefits, particularly in relation to glint and glare, the noise issues and landscaping concerns. We can't identify a policy that would cover the concerns around food.
No, that's okay. Don't worry. Yeah. Do you want to come back on that, Peter?
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing from members here is rather than food security, I think it's loss of best and most versatile land, which again would wrap up in the same thing. So it would be a fourth reason, Claire. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to, or shall I read that out again for clarity?
Please.
Of course.
I've got.
I know we have, but don't worry. When we've got the clarification, then I've got Councillor London and Councillor Bull still in the queue.
So, am I on? So, the reason for refusal will be that members believe the harm outweighs the benefits, specifically in relation to glint and glare, the noise issues, landscaping, and loss of best and most versatile land. It will still be a minded to decision.
In the immediate area.
I'm being told that's wrapped up in landscape.
Thank you.
I think, Claire, is there anything else you want to add, Peter? Listen, I've got Councillor London and Councillor Bull. Do you really want to make any further contribution? To be, I'm being quite honest. I'm just no. Okay. No, that's okay. So you're not on my list here, Councillor Thorndyke. My apologies. Is your microphone working? Councillor Thorndyke.
I didn't know I needed to be on your list. I'm still waiting for answers from questions I asked a little while ago. Probably about an hour ago now.
Yeah.
Could we ask Councillor Thorndyke to clarify?
Can you just repeat them, please, Councillor? I do apologise, but what you were waiting, and I responded to notification on my cue to speak screen. But now I've got you. So can you just clarify again for the record?
Yes, I asked a question regarding the fuel line which comes across Glassfield Road and probably disappears onto the site. We don't seem to have a mention of that anywhere. And the other thing was, I asked whether the HGV lorries would be able to turn into the site without using the other carriageway. I would have thought highways have got some drawings that show the actual route that these lorries will take as they turn in, because it's very worrying if they've got to use the right-hand lane to turn into the left.
I've got that.
Over a period they're going to be building, there's going to be problems.
So, thank you, Councillor Thorndike, and apologies for not coming back to you earlier. Savannah, I believe, is about to tell me that, Health and Safety Executive. Yeah, so the Health and Safety Executive were consulted and commented on the application and raised no concerns. Those people, statutory undertakers carrying out work in an adopted highway, would need to do their, I think it's called stat deck assessment, which would pick up on these, the utilities within a road space, and they would have to work around that. So officers are entirely satisfied that there would be no concern or harm to that very important fuel line. And owing to my age, your second point has gone in one ear and out the other. So I'm just going to ask my colleagues to remind me what your HGVs, yeah. So Savannah has worked extensively with the Highway Authority. Obviously, it's normally in normal times a 60-mile-an-hour road. Traffic swinging onto the other side of the road to go in clearly would have caused dangers, and officers are satisfied that the Highway Authority would have considered that and that the access was sufficiently wide to accommodate those large vehicles during the construction phase.
Thank you, Pete. Right. I think I'm still with where we are. There is, as soon as I start talking about the proposal, there are no more questions on that particular subject. I just want to make it clear to those who are unfamiliar. A minded to refuse means that the application will return to a subsequent Development Control Committee. What will happen is it will come with a risk assessment addressing the issues which have been clarified, and I'm not proposing to go over those again at this point. So, Councillor Hood proposed refusal and supported by Councillor Chester. That was, that metamorphosed, whatever it was, it changed into a minded to refuse based on officers' recommendation. Could I see a show of hands, please, in a minded to refuse? And those against?
Thank you, members. That's 8 votes in favour, 3 votes against. The motion is carried. The decision-making protocol is in vote, and the minded to decision will be subject to a risk assessment for future consideration by the committee.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, members. Thank you, members of the, I won't say audience, the public gallery. That's more professional. Jim?
There's a committee of 11. It's 8-3.
8-3 it was, Jim.
3 vote against.
Yeah. No, there's 11.
There's 11.
Yeah. So that brings us to the end of part A. Yes. Yeah. So thank you, everybody. Now we're going to have a yeah. Could I suggest, and I do apologise, I know there are people in the gallery who want to address the application in part B, but but could we say 1:30? Yeah, okay. We reassemble for part B at 1:30. apologies for absence, please, Helen.
Chair, just to summarise, we received apologies for absence from councillors Roger Dicker, Ian Holder, Sarah Mildmay-White, Andy Neal and David Taylor. Councillor Charlie Lynch is here today substituting for Councillor Sarah Mildmay-White, and Councillor Rachel Hurd left the meeting at the end of Part A.
And can we just confirm for the record how many we need to be quorate?
We need 6 to be quorate, and we have 10 members of the committee here now.
Thank you, Helen. Right, we turn our attention then to agenda item 6, land north of Ruffin Hill. This is a return of the application, and I would like to welcome Bailey, who is our Energy and Sustainability Officer. Is that correct? Oh, I got that right. Thank you, Bailey. Okay. So, Connor, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, as Councillor Smith has said, the application before you sees the return of land north of Ruffin Hill, which is seeking planning permission for a supermarket and drive-through restaurants with associated infrastructure. The application was previously considered at June's committee meeting, where members at the meeting resolved that they were minded to refuse the application contrary to the officer recommendation of approval. At this point, the decision-making protocol was invoked, requiring a risk assessment report to be prepared for this matter before any decision is made. This presentation will therefore provide a more detailed analysis and provide more information and context with regards to the observed conflict with LP1, more specifically the BREEAM rating and score, and LP41 in relation to active and sustainable travel measures. So some housekeeping before we proceed. So since the publication of the committee report, officers have received 2 further objections from local residents who raise concerns regarding highways impacts, noting the contents of the objections and the contents of the officer report, which is Appendix A of your report packs. The comments raise no further material planning considerations. The applicant has also reflected on the inclusion of conditions requiring details of workplace changing facilities for both the supermarket and drive-through buildings, and has agreed to them being included if members are minded to approve the application. I've included one of the conditions there and highlighted in red what the change would be. So one condition refers to the supermarket and the other refers to the drive-through restaurant. So those can be considered concurrently at the same time. And these will be reflected as new conditions. So these will be conditions 49 and 50, which I'll remind members of when we get to the conclusion of the presentation. Also, following the publication of the committee report, there has been discussion around the risk of the decision being appealed, and officers feel it's appropriate to clarify the appeal process, noting West Suffolk Council is the applicant. Members will know that an applicant usually has the right of appeal in the event an application is refused. In this case, the local authority is the applicant and is applying for permission to develop its own land on which it has an interest. In those circumstances, the applicant is not able to appeal against refusal of planning permission by its own Development Control Committee in the usual way. However, an alternative route is identified in legislation, whereby the application may be referred to the Secretary of State for determination. Noting this, however, officers would remind members that the appeal process is not material to the consideration of the planning application and should not be a factor in your decision-making today. However, officers felt it is necessary to address the inaccuracy within the report as part of this presentation to members for the sake of clarity moving forward. So looking at the presentation structure, so I'll touch on just the site context to familiarise ourselves again with the application. I'll then focus on the risk assessment element itself, before, of course, returning to the wider site considerations, material planning considerations, so principal of development, highways impacts, and etc., as on your screen there. So the site is located within designated countryside, north of the settlement boundary for Bury St Edmunds. The site is situated close to junction 44 of the A14, and the site plan is obviously on the right-hand side there. So the main built-up area of the application is on the eastern side of the red line plan that you can see on the left-hand side. Again, just for wider context, so you can see Rougham Hill highlighted by the red circle there, just south of the A14. You've got the wider Morton Hall estates to the north, and then the residential allocation of AP6 to the south. Onto some site photographs now. So the first one is at the roundabout just to the west of the site, looking southeast. Then looking east towards what would be the entrance to the site. South looking northwest. So the site access, if you look on the right-hand side, there would be just off-centre to the right-hand side of the photograph there. A bit further along now, looking northeast towards Oaklands Business Park. And then we've got a couple from within the site itself. So the first, a bit further north, looking towards the one of the two entrants currently of the site. And then one looking north. So, members at the last meeting were minded to refuse the application as concerns were raised relating to the conflict with LP1 in the scheme not achieving BREEAM Excellent. Reference is also made to LP41, but I'll come on to that in further slides. So to clarify, BREEAM stands for Building Research Establishment Environmental Assessment Method and aims to promote sustainable building practices by providing a comprehensive framework for assessing the environmental performance of buildings and infrastructure. That is to say that rather than treating sustainability as a one-off milestone, BREEAM provides a structured, credible way to assess and manage performance from the earliest design decisions through construction, operation, and ultimately refurbishment or end of life. I've included an image of the BREEAM rating structure there. So the ratings are determined by weighted scoring systems across multiple categories, including energy, water, materials, transport, health, and ecology. Since the last committee meeting, the applicant has not altered the BREEAM rating, so the application maintains its 67.84% rating, which equates to a very good rating. You can see there, very good starts at 55%, and then excellent would then be at the 70% threshold. So 67.84 is at the upper end of the very good rating. Now, I think it's in paragraph 5.5 on page 96 of the latest report. Very good buildings perform significantly above standard regulations. So it is important to note that a very good rating does not equate to an environmentally flawed building, for example. However, noting the requirements of LP1, any proposal that does not achieve excellent is contrary to the aspirations of LP1. Following the last committee meeting, the applicant has provided two further supporting statements and a BREEAM viability assessment in relation to a particular BREEAM credit that is critical at this stage to secure the excellent rating. So, turning to the applicant's comments and to provide some background and context surrounding the project, just on the screen there I've included extracts from LP1, which is of course part of the currently adopted West Suffolk local plan, and also DM7, which is now superseded, which formed part of the 2015 local plan. The applicant at paragraph 3.3 on page 93 has explained that the project was originally conceived under the previous local plan, where a relaxed rating could be agreed with officers if the applicant could demonstrate that there are site constraints that meant some of the credits to achieve excellent could not be achieved, or that the cost of achieving the excellent rating would compromise the viability of the scheme. Officers understand that the intention was to provide a viability assessment under the previous local plan, but as the criteria has been removed from LP1, this is not considered necessary at this stage. The applicant has also identified abnormal ground conditions requiring extensive foundation solutions, including additional piling works, which have led to abnormal costs, which have had a substantial impact on the viability of the development and were a key factor in the project continuing under the policy provisions available within the previous local plan. Then, due to unforeseen delays associated with site constraints and the responses from statutory consultees during the pre-application and application process, the scheme has evidently progressed into the period covered by the new local plan. The applicant has asserted that whilst it is technically possible to achieve the excellent rating, doing so now would require a restart of the project. Our Energy and Sustainability Officer, Bailey, who's obviously here today, has reviewed the applicant's supporting BREEAM viability assessment, which refers to a mandatory energy credit that would be required to achieve the excellent rating regardless of the overall percentage achieved. This credit considers reduction of energy use and carbon emissions, and considers things like building orientation, solar gains, shading, etc., to achieve the credit. Our Energy and Sustainability Officer has concluded that whilst it is appreciated that achieving the required credit has been deemed not technically appropriate or commercially viable at this stage, it is believed that the 4 credits could have been achieved if they were targeted from the beginning of the BREEAM process. However, to refer back to my previous point, achieving this credit would have gained 0.73% in the overall score, which would still be under the 70% threshold. Officers understand that other credits relating to acoustic performance, ecological factors had been explored, which would have equated to a rating of approximately 71%. However, noting that the mandatory energy credit could not be achieved, the scheme would achieve a very good score, even if it was over the 70% threshold. So, to summarise, the applicant has, since the last committee, provided a statement to clarify why at this stage the required energy credits to achieve BREEAM Excellent cannot be achieved. The scheme achieves a score of 67.84%, which is evidently on the higher end of the very good BREEAM weighting system. Just for reference and for context, very good buildings perform significantly above the standard regulations, as I've shown previously, and very good buildings are within the top 25% of new non-domestic buildings. And I'm sure members could imagine if a very good building is 55%, this is at the higher end. It may be in, a slightly better percentile as well nationally. The development still retains strong sustainable ambitions, which will reduce carbon emissions and energy usage over the lifetime of the development. This includes the solar PV provision, not only on the buildings, but within the canopies within the car park. We also have rapid EV charging bays. We have rainwater harvesting, which is an innovative solution to water efficiency. And just for some context, really, members may recall the AME applications, which has come to committee previously. Whilst that achieves BREEAM Excellent, for example, that doesn't have rainwater harvesting. So it's just to sort of reiterate that BREEAM covers a very wide ranging spectrum. And whilst sustainability measures can be included in a scheme. That doesn't necessarily mean that they've been included in another to achieve a specific score, for example. So conflict with LP1 that is a matter that weighs against the proposal, but does not represent a departure for reasons that I'll come on to. The principle of development is considered acceptable. And then, of course, the planning balance has been applied. Moving on to LP41. So on the screen, I've included criterion C of what is quite a long policy, includes various different criterion in that. But criterion C was the main area of contention previously. So criterion C states all designations are required to have facilities to allow people to cycle all year round, including but not limited to workplace showers, covered cycle storage, changing rooms, drying rooms, and lockers. Since the previous meeting and the publication of the committee report, the applicant has reflected and confirmed their content with the addition of the conditions I mentioned at the start of the presentation, with the difference that, with the one condition referred to the supermarket, the other the drive-through restaurant. So with this matter in mind, noting the rest of the policy, officers are content that the full aspirations of LP41 are now being met. So we'll return to the application as a whole, starting with the principle of development. So again, as per, well, similar really to the previous meeting, I've included the key policy considerations on this slide. Evidently, we've got a supermarket and drive-through restaurants in designated countryside. So policy SP24 provides the principal framework for assessing economic development proposals outside settlement boundaries. The site is adjacent to a settlement boundary on brownfield land and doesn't read readily as open countryside. And policies SP25 and LP28 prioritise town centre locations for retail development while allowing proposals in edge of centre or out of centre locations where they are appropriately justified and where it can be demonstrated that there would be no significant impact on the vitality and viability of existing and proposed centres. Members may recall, and it's within Appendix A, there's extensive discussions on the retail impact and sequential test applied in relation to this site, and following an independent review of those documents, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable, which of course is the starting point for considering the acceptability of a scheme coming forward. Again, just focusing on the site in two phases, starting with the southern end. So to remind members, we'll have the two existing entrances stopped up. So these on the western and the eastern end of the site, with a main central access into the site. We've also got pedestrian footpaths leading in, and those included as part of the AP6 allocation to the south. We've also got a proposed footpath link to the east, which will connect to Bridleway 39. And users would evidently enter the site from the west and then head north into the site as well. We've got the supermarket further north into the site. Again, with both buildings are focused on the western end. We've got servicing area to the north, car parking to the east, with the solar canopies highlighted by the dashed lines there. Both buildings, as I've said, will have solar canopies on the roofs. And the final details of these, while indicated, are conditioned at condition 43. Returning to the visual elements of the scheme, so the first being the drive-through restaurant. Both buildings are single-storey, incorporating aluminium cladding with the colour palette that will reflect the branding of the proposed tenants. Onto the floor plans. So again, this for the drive-through restaurant. So you can see we've got cycle stores which are to the east of the building. We've got areas of car park surrounding, delivery bay to the south, and then outdoor areas, and then the main restaurant area, obviously within the bulk of the main building there. Onto the supermarket. Included the eastern elevation on the top. So we've got an entrance for the trolley bay just under the canopy here. And then we've got servicing bay just on the top right of your screen there. The bottom image shows the main entrance. So if you're entering the site to the north, this is primarily what you're going to be seeing. I've left the western and northern elevations out because if you think about the site area, the western is going to be covered by landscaping regardless, and northern elevation is not going to be readily visible from the public realm. So these are the main elevations that people are going to be seeing of the supermarket. And then again, just the floor plans of the supermarket. It may not be that clear on your screen actually on reflection, but I'll circle through. So we've got the main entrance of the lobby area on the bottom left of your screen. The main retail area is to the west, and then you've got things like staff room, toilets, warehousing on the eastern and then northern end, which is towards the servicing area to the north of the site. So on highways impacts, I'm sure members are aware, as we discussed at the previous meeting, there's been a lot of back and forth with not only the Highways Authority, but also National Highways on the acceptability of the scheme before you. So officers have received a transport statement, travel plan, road safety audit, not ROD, and associated plans to confirm highways are satisfied with the internal layout. Safe interaction between vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists can be achieved. And the extended entrance to the drive-through minimises risk of tailbacks to Rougham Hill. As I've alluded to in the presentation, but we'll come on to in a bit more detail on the next slide, there is a shared surface connection to the bridleway to the east. We also have a £15,000 Section 106 contribution for parking restrictions on Rougham Hill. That will be agreed with the Highways Authority thereafter. And we do have parking and EV requirements met. And as of a very recent update, we now have an LP41 fully compliant scheme as well. So just to remind members of the bridleway connection, so adding on to it's essentially a pedestrian and cycle connectivity to the site. I've included a snippet from our GIS software just to the north of to the top of your screen there, and then the proposed surface arrangements indicated below. So the orange indicating the new shared path. The pink dashed line indicates obviously the public right of way and would extend to Bridleway 39 under the A14 and then towards Suffolk Business Park to the north. The orange details are indicative at this stage and would be secured. The final details of those would be secured by Section 278 agreement with the Highway Authority. Officers from the Local Planning Authority and the Highway Authority have been to the site and are content that the shared surface details indicated are deliverable. And comments from Highways and Public Rights of Way have been submitted, which confirm that the shared cycleway is on Highways land. The surface would also be above what would be expected as a bridleway maintained by Public Rights of Way team. So both Public Rights of Way and Highways are content with the details received at this stage, and then subject to those further agreements are satisfied that the aspirations and the cycle and pedestrian connectivity to the site is acceptable. Just touching on amenity impacts again. So I've touched on AP6, which is the primarily residential allocation to the south. We have got approved reserve matters applications and then some being under consideration. You can see DC 25 application there for 201 homes. The headlines are that the Spine Road and the homes furthest north have been approved and are currently under construction. And these, with the road safety audit, the transport statements, etc., in conversation with Highways and National Highways, they're content that at capacity, they're content with the impacts on the highway, the cumulative impacts, and subject to the conditions within the reports, which have been reiterated from the original June reports. They're content with the impacts. And then again, just focusing on the approved site plan for the 2023 reserve matters application and the residential location of the buildings and the heights. I have got a concluding slide on amenity impacts, but it's just to highlight and reiterate to members that the development to the south has been considered by officers, the Highway Authority and our environmental health officers. Conditions have been included restricting the hours of use and lighting details, for example, as and when these become relevant and brought forward to the LPA for consideration. Just summarising the amenity impacts there. So we've got commercial buildings to the east, Oaklands Business Park and a government building. We've got a lorry park and a gypsy traveller site, and then AP6. We have got servicing, vehicular access and hours of use all controlled via condition. And then times of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. for the hours of use and deliveries. Lighting is also controlled, and then air quality, ventilation and extraction, all considered acceptable, subject to the conditions within your packs. And just to reiterate again, advertisements are noted but not formally considered at this stage. Onto flooding and drainage. The site is in flood zone 1. We have had a flood risk assessment and drainage strategy provided. We've had no objections from the lead local flood authority or Anglian Water. And then subject to conditions identified, flood risk and drainage are considered acceptable. Again, to reiterate my previous comments with regards to the risk assessment element of the scheme, BREEAM Excellent is still not achieved, so there is conflict with LP1 that should be considered within the planning balance. There are obviously sustainability benefits associated with the scheme before us, so solar PV, efficient lighting, building fabric, EV charging and rainwater harvesting. Conditions relating to the final solar PV details and EV phasing are included within the report. Regarding ecology and landscaping, so we've received a suite of ecological assessments, which have all been considered by our ecology officer and considered acceptable. We have got B&G 10% being met, and then the habitat monitoring and management plan condition applied. As you can hopefully see on the plan on the left-hand side, we've primarily got landscaping on the western, northern and eastern boundaries, with minimal landscaping internally. However, conditions requiring compliance with the mitigation enhancement measures alongside that some, as per the Section 106 agreement, have been agreed with the applicant. Further conditions for soft and hard landscaping details, tree protection, wildlife sensitive lighting, etc. Are also included within the report. Provided a summary here of the interest in the application and the stance of our consultees. So we received 41 representations, all objections, 39 from local residents, noting various measures, primarily highways impacts, but we also have amenity, which I've touched on, principle of development and that sort of thing. We've had an objection from the town council who raised similar concerns as to the residents. No objections from statutory consultees other than the energy and sustainability team with specific reference to LP1 and the excellent rating for BREEAM not being met. Moving on to the conclusions and then the planning balance. So I've noted the principle of development in relation to SP24, SP25 and LP28, and the application is considered to be acceptable in principle, noting the retail impact assessment and sequential tests coming back. I've also included the NPPF paragraphs there and the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Acts there to say that, approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan should be approved without delay. We then obviously consider the planning balance and the material considerations for and against a proposal. So this slide is largely similar to what you saw previously. However, noting that officers are minded to or wanting to include the two conditions regarding the changing facilities in relation to criterion C of LP41. This is no longer a matter that weighs against the scheme, and now included in green there is obviously a matter of policy compliance. So noting the significant economic benefits, the reuse of brownfield land, the landscaping ecological benefits, and the matters against being limited to LP1 and BREEAM Excellent not being met, officers are maintaining their recommendation for approval. So just to summarise and finalise on the two conditions that will need to be added to the application if recommended for approval, would obviously be subject to these being included, and the section 106 details as per, I believe it's paragraph 10.2 of your report there. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Connor. So we now turn to registered speakers. We have registered objector David Dean, who is unable to be with us today. So he has submitted a statement that Helen will read out when I ask her to do that. We've got Councillor Richard Rout, and again, Councillor Rout has got the consent of ward members, Councillors Stamp and Chung, to speak on their behalf. And we've got Colin Wright, our Head of Property Services, and he's accompanied by Nicole Perryman, who's here to maybe help with some technical questions if they come up. So on that basis, Helen, could you read out the statement from David Dean, please?
Anybody who travels past the hospital and towards the A14 will be aware that there are a few times in the day when traffic is not backed up. The worst being in the morning as people head for the A14 and in the mid to late afternoon. At times, the tailback can reach the hospital. A new estate is being built, and this will further add to the traffic, although in what way it is still difficult to decide as the estate is nowhere near finished. The full implications will not be known until that happens. It is now proposed that we should allow a supermarket and a drive-through restaurant, both by implication adding to the traffic flow. I regard this as a serious planning mistake, which will further create blockages and make the roundabout sequence leading up to the turn-off to the estate even more choked and hazardous than it already is. I suggest that it would be sensible to pause the application and build the supermarket until demand can be more accurately assessed. As to the drive-through, that I consider to be unnecessary and a real magnet for drivers who might not otherwise have a need to be in that area. Your officers cannot have assessed either the demand or the potential chaos which could be caused by such a facility.
Thank you very much indeed, Helen. So, Councillor Rout, Richard, over to you. And you've got 3 minutes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Karen Tate is also here observing for local residents whose strong concerns about traffic, as we've just heard on the A134 roundabout and junction 44 remain. But the ground you resolved on in June was BREEAM, and nothing material has changed. The score is still 67.84% against a required 70. Your sustainability officer's objection still stands. What has changed, Mr. Chairman, is the excuse. Read the applicant's new statement because it's an admission. Very good was targeted from inception. The mandatory standard was never aimed for, and it concedes excellent is technically possible. This is not about whether the standard could be met, but that meeting the standard would cost time and money. The council's own expert has reviewed that viability assessment and rejected it. The 4 missing energy credits could have been achieved had they been targeted from the beginning, and the objection stands. The viability plea asks you to apply a flexibility the new local plan deliberately removed, as the applicant admits. The inspector examined LP1 without any viability exception and found it sound, a firm requirement, not an aspiration. Nothing here was unforeseen, it was entirely predictable. And you can credibly refuse. First, the reason for refusal is already drafted in our officer's own words at paragraph 9.5. A ground officer's rote view cannot be fairly called difficult to substantiate. Second, the harm is defined in that same paragraph. This development does not secure the environmental performance the plan requires for a low carbon future. A building underperforming for its entire lifetime is the harm, and officers give this conflict significant negative weight. Third, the point is inspector tested and mandatory. Costs at appeal follow unreasonable behaviour, and there is nothing unreasonable about applying our own local plan. Now, the risk assessment, paragraph 7.3, reminds you that reputational risk and cost implications are not material considerations, yet paragraph 7.2 invites you to weigh precisely those things. I think officers have highlighted this, but to be clear, you cannot be warned off a consideration and urged towards it in the same report. Fear of an appeal cannot be reason to approve. Refusal would not lose this site. The applicant says achieving excellent needs a restart and further investment. So refusal does not mean no development here, it just means a compliant one. The benefits officers rely on are not lost, simply delayed and delivered to the standard your own recently adopted local plan requires. If cost and delay excuse compliance here, a mandatory standard becomes negotiable for every application that follows. This is the first real test of LP1, and your decision determines whether the local plan is enforceable or undermined from the very start. One correction, Mr. Chairman, Connor in his introductory remarks characterised the standard in LP1 as an aspiration. It's not an aspiration, it is a requirement. If good is laudable, then why did we require excellent in our local plan? Approval today would hollow out that plan. The committee showed real principle in June, Mr. Chairman. Please do the same again today. Adopt the officer's own report at own reason at paragraph 9.5 and refuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. Colin, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the valuable feedback provided at the previous meeting, which has been reflected in this updated application. I'd like to briefly provide some background and context to support the additional information submitted and address the concerns that have been raised. This is a placemaking project that began in 2019 following relocation of the Household Waste Recycling Centre to the operational hub. The project has progressed across 2 West Suffolk Council administrations and, in line with the approved business plan, extensive work has been undertaken to assess market demand and identify the most appropriate and viable use for this prominent gateway site. The proposal aligns with the Council's strategic priorities and investing in growth agenda. It will deliver around 80 jobs and generate a valuable income stream to help support the delivery of wider Council services. Given its previous use, the site presents some development challenges, including the need for substantial piling works. Despite such constraints, we have taken an adaptive approach of constant improvement during the design process. The project team has worked closely with statutory consultees, including the Highways Authority and a range of stakeholders. Their feedback has been carefully considered, and the scheme has been amended and improved at each stage in response. As a council-led development, we believe this collaborative approach has been the right one. However, this and other delays has also meant the project has taken longer than originally anticipated and has therefore progressed across 2 local plan periods. We do fully acknowledge and understand the concerns raised regarding BREEAM. The particular credits required to achieve BREEAM Excellent rating could only have been secured during the earliest design stages. Those stages were completed before the adoption of the current local plan and before policy LP1 became a significant material consideration. For this project to potentially achieve BREEAM Excellent rating, we would need to restart the design process. However, the scheme presented today at a very good rating is comfortably within the top 25% of new non-domestic buildings in the UK. Furthermore, the development incorporates a comprehensive package of sustainability measures, some of which go beyond what may typically be delivered through a BREEAM Excellent scheme. These include substantial solar panel installations, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, rainwater harvesting and water recycling systems, planned response practices to minimise environmental impacts during construction, and ecological enhancements that will deliver measurable biodiversity gains. We hope the additional information submitted reassures the committee that every reasonable step has been taken to maximise the sustainability of the development and respond positively to the feedback received throughout the process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. Members, questions? Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Hi. Yeah, I'm kind of going to echo what Councillor Rout said. The fact is that it is technically possible to achieve BREEAM Excellent. It's said that in several places in the document, and it was the applicant's choice not to try and achieve that. And whatever way we look at it, that was their choice. That it could have been done. They chose not to do it, and as a result, it goes against LP1. Obviously, buildings that already exist, they can't necessarily achieve that. But we're talking about creating something that is going to continue a life, I can't think of the word, a lifetime of not meeting that essential criteria. It clearly says in 5.3 on page 95, that achieving excellent is a firm policy expectation rather than an aspirational target. Whatever way you look at it, this fails to meet LP1, and that was a choice. And yes, it's a shame if they have to go back to the drawing board, and it's unfortunate, but they could have avoided that by just aiming for excellent in the first place. And as a council, it is our job to meet our own policies. It makes absolutely no sense to just say, well, despite this being an essential requirement, actually it doesn't matter just because you chose not to meet it. So on that basis, I stand by our original decision, and I think they need to do the work to get that up to excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Chester, please.
Thank you, Chair. This 32% shortfall in the BREEAM, what does that translate to in real terms? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Councillor David Smith, please.
Thank you. That's quick. Wasn't expecting to speak quite so soon. On this occasion, I'll probably disagree with my colleague, Councillor Miller-Jones here. I was obviously voted against it previously because of the BREEAM situation. Pleased to see they brought it up as far as they have, just short of the excellent. But if I believe correctly, but to say that they deliberately didn't reach that standard is difficult to say if the standard wasn't there in the first place. If I understand correctly, the BREEAM level wasn't there to achieve when this process was first began. Right. So you can't say they deliberately chose not to reach it if there wasn't a standard in the first place. I was worried about the hypocrisy of us approving an application for ourselves and turning down other applications which weren't ours. I wasn't aware that there was that wriggle room where policy allows where it's unachievable. So that makes me feel a bit better. Still not happy that we haven't achieved the excellent rating, but I think I can just about live with that. So I would probably support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor London, please.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair. So I was doing my usual thing of being very forensic and looking at the details behind and looking at exactly when in the planning process we started to look at BREEAM and all the rest of that. And then I stopped and I realised that really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the process was started in 2019, coincidentally the same time that the last local plan started its process, because we have to look at what is in front of us. And our current local plan very, very clearly states all new buildings of 500 square metres or more for non-residential and residential institution buildings will be required to meet the latest version of BREEAM. I contrast that with the wording that is used when we're talking about houses, where it says proposals for residential development of more than 100 homes are encouraged to complete a BREEAM pre-assessment. And is trying to, so for houses, for other sections of LP1, the wording is very different to the wording when it's specifically talking about non-residential developments such as this. The idea that this came out of nowhere 3 months ago is also not entirely in alignment with the way that we run our local plans. Before this, members will be aware that we had significant times where we were told, well, such and such has got planning weight because it's in the evolving local plan. So we know that the developer, who also happens to be us, asked for pre-application advice. They will have been told in that pre-application advice that this local plan was coming forwards and that according to this local plan, it wouldn't be allowed. So I'm worried about the reputational risk of the council giving this now, given the fact that the application is the councillor, in as much as I don't want to make the decision to give more because it's the council rather than we would if it was somebody else. And I'm worried about that reputational risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm also confused about whether or not it's a hard requirement to meet LP1 here or whether it is optional. And if it is a hard requirement, are we going to be consistent if a developer also uses the same argument? And I don't know whether this is material or not to the decision, but I would expect to hold the council to a stricter standard rather than a more lax standard for its own requirements. And also, LP1 says it needs to be against the latest version of the BREEAM assessment, version 7, which I understand is stricter than version 6. So I was wondering, was it originally assessed against version 6 or version 7? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. I've got Councillor Sayer, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question really relates to what my colleague, Councillor Chester, has said, is that we are 2.16% short. How does that actually relate in what could be done? I can't remember, I've read so much this past week, as everyone has, about whether there's any battery backup. Is there any battery storage in this development that would sort of come up with the credentials to make up the 2.16? I don't know the technicalities behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sayer. I've got Councillor Bull and then Councillor Miller-Jones again. But after Councillor Bull, I'm going to go back to officers to respond to some of the questions. Councillor Bull, please.
Oh, no, I don't touch anything. I'm a little confused. I understand that their reason for they were working under the old local plan, which did give a little bit more leeway. So we change our local plan in this area and maybe in other areas. How can we be retrospective all the time? Because can you retrospectively apply something to something that's in the process? I mean, you can't, when you change the law, it doesn't refer back to something that you broke the law earlier. And I find this quite difficult. It's the retrospective aspect.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bull. So I'm going to leave you. Oh, hang on. Oh, hold on. Councillor Miller-Jones has got a small point.
Thank you. Yeah, I just thought it would be helpful if I was allowed to ask quickly, because it's sort of a clarification on some stuff that Councillor Smith said, and it might be helpful to get the officer's response. So I felt like quite a few things that Dave said weren't right, and I just wanted to clarify that, because I believe you said that they initially didn't have that requirement, and then but I believe that's not the case. Just to clarify, it's that initially the requirement was there, but it said in some cases we might sort of overlook it, and then that changed. And oh no, I've forgotten the other point. It doesn't matter. I should have made a note. I can't remember. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So I've got Councillor Glossop now, but are you happy to wait until? That sounded like no. Okay. Well, I just don't want to overburden officers with questions they've got to answer. So if I could go to officers, please.
Yeah, quite a few points to go through. So let me know if I've missed anything. So I just want to clarify DM7 and LP1 before we proceed. Now, DM7 did ask for or require excellent to be achieved. However, the difference is that hopefully you can see there on the screen if I just highlight, there were 2 bullet points included. They're not sharing. Oh, are they not sharing? Okay, bear with me. So there were 2 bullet points included where it's still a very high bar, I will say, but there were caveats to that policy where a relaxed rating could be agreed, subject to those statements being provided, so viability, for example, and constraints within the site where they couldn't achieve certain credits. That fell away, shall we, for a use of a better word, with LP1. And just to clarify, apology if I said aspirations of LP1. LP1 does require BREEAM excellent, and to go back to the point, it's not an in-principle policy, but it's obviously a policy conflict which officers have applied in the planning balance, and it is something that weighs against the scheme. So obviously it's up to yourselves as members to debate that, attach the weight that you wish on that. But as officers have said, noting the other benefits attributed to the scheme, noting the conflict, the recommendation remains for approval. If I just go down, there is no battery storage on the site. I think that was Councillor Sayer's question. There were questions from Councillor Chester and Sayer regarding the BREEAM process, which I'll pass on to Bailey in a second on those. And going back to Councillor Lynch's comments about the applicant and being held to a higher regard, ultimately, each application is considered on its own merits. There should be no differentiation whatsoever by who is submitting the application. So I just want to remind members that, West Suffolk Council as the applicant should not be held to a higher standard. And just regarding, I think it was Councillor Bull at the end, regarding BREEAM and, when it was considered, BREEAM is, and again, Bailey may be able to clarify this, BREEAM is a process. So it's considered at the conception of the scheme, and then you can get credits throughout. So at the design process, engagement with stakeholders, for example, you can then get it at the design stage, and then afterwards through construction, and then the operation of the site. So the specific details of when BREEAM process started, I don't know for certain, but it was obviously at the previous local plan. So it then becomes difficult, which I think is evidenced, or hopefully I've explained it clearly enough in the report, that it then becomes difficult for then applicants to consider additional credits that may bump the score up. So the difficulty we've had in this instance is the mandatory energy credit, which has not been considered viable or technically doable at this stage, which means that even if they got 72% now, because they don't have that mandatory credit, the scheme would still only achieve very good. But to reiterate, very good is still above standard regulation. Standard, it's at the higher end of that BREEAM very good threshold, and is still a very sustainable scheme. But like I said, it is a conflict with LP1 in not achieving excellent. I think the other questions were relating to the BREEAM process itself. So if the chair's okay, I'll hand over to... Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes, so in terms of what the shortfall actually looks like from the current score of 67.84% to what the site would look like if it did achieve an excellent rating. So first of all, the development would need that mandatory energy credit, the fourth energy credit. That at the moment, achieving 3 energy credits achieves a 13.8% reduction in building heating demand past building regulations. If they moved on to achieve the 4th energy credit, that would then become a 17.8% reduction in building heating demand. So you're looking at a slightly more thermally efficient building, an incredibly thermally efficient building actually, and that would again further reduce operational energy demand and carbon emissions. That only credit on its own would not achieve the excellent rating. They would need to achieve a further couple of credits in order to move over the 70% to get the excellent. It would depend which credits they chose to target, but looking at a couple of potential options, they could target an acoustic performance credit, which would create a more appropriate internal environment for the occupants of the site. They could target some exemplary ecology credits, which would just further enhance the biodiversity of the site as a whole. And there was one other that I had highlighted. One moment, sorry. And a life cycle cost analysis credit, which essentially compares the costs of the development as a whole throughout its lifetime, rather than just looking at the upfront costs to build the development. So thinking about the occupants and the maintenance costs, the operational costs, those kinds of things. So BREEAM as a whole is quite holistic, and it focuses on the whole sustainability of the site. So it's not just about carbon emissions and energy usage, it's thinking about biodiversity, health and well-being of the occupants once the building is occupied, and things like that as well. So as I say, it's the energy credit would create a further reduction in energy demand. It would then depend which credits were targeted to reach that final 70% rating, a couple of which I've highlighted as options, but whether or not the applicant would choose to target those credits over others, I can't say at this point.
Anything? Okay. Members who asked questions in the first session, before I go on to you, Councillor Glossop, did you want to come back on the questions that were asked? Not any new issue.
I asked about the green version.
Yeah.
So I think because the BREEAM process started quite a while ago, I believe they started with version 6. And from my understanding, they would stick with the version 6 throughout the BREEAM process, because to change into a new version kind of halfway through, I think would...
Can you press your mic, Councillor Ince?
Okay. So the LP1 says latest version. Why have we put latest in there? And if the versions change regularly, how does that affect someone who starts 3-4 years ago? They submit a plan outside of this application as a general rule. You know, if they're changing over time, how do we approach that? Is it always just whatever the applicant originally started with when they first came up with it, whatever date they use that version, and we never refer to the latest?
Connor?
Yeah, I mean, as with, you know, the changing of policies, the policy asks for the latest method. Understandably, there will be schemes even larger than this will be considered at an even earlier stage, and ultimately it's up to us to review the information submitted, note the comments or the changes that may or may not have happened with that statement. But like I said, the DM7 required excellent, LP1 still requires excellent, so that should still be at the forefront of any application coming forward. And ultimately, as an application is received where we, you know, consider the information, the BREEAM pre-assessments and sustainability statements, we would then consult with Bailey to understand you know, the information in that and whether we accept or want further clarification on that. So it's not a simple, straightforward answer, unfortunately, but I'm sure you'll appreciate that, you know, it requires excellent, and we would look to, as closely as we can, adhere to that policy, noting other benefits of a scheme.
Anyone, any further response? Okay, thank you. On that basis then, Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Two things, please. If the applicant has to go back. They're saying they have to completely start again. How long would that take them? Can they not just look at what they've submitted and get to, excellence? But what I don't understand is the local plan we've got now, it was July 2025 when that got approval. But we were working on that for at least 2 years or more. So we've only just had this application into us, haven't we, in the last few months? So you can't tell me they didn't know that this was going to change, this LP1, because everybody working on the local plan group, so I'm saying that's been we've known about this now for 2 or 3 years. It hasn't just come in last July. So surely anybody working on a big planning application like this would make sure they were going to achieve LP1. So I'm not quite sure. It all seems a bit muddled to me. And I think today we're absolutely clutching at straws to try and say, well, it might be all right, but we haven't got, we're not satisfying LP1, and we are the council. So I'm finding it a bit difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. On page 99, paragraph 9.2, policy conflict with LP1 remains, and this is a matter that weighs significantly against the scheme in the planning balance. I'll skip a bit. This is critical as planning refusals must be based on material harm rather than technical non-compliance. I think we've proven this is not a technical non-compliance. The way that BREEAM works, the building cannot be just slightly retrofitted to achieve this. It needs to be built and designed from the ground up to be able to achieve the level of excellence. And what that physically looks like is a building that is greener, that uses less electricity and less energy, that is more environmentally friendly, all of the aspirations of the BREEAM scheme. We've got a very, very clear policy in our local plan, that is evolved from DM7, but it is, LP1 is very black and white and critical. And I am concerned that moving away from that is a reputational risk that we are making a difference in our determination because it is the council. And that is the reason why I am recommending refusal.
So, refusal. So that's a proposal?
That's a proposal.
Just let me make a note of that. Just a sec. Yeah. Could that be seconded? Miller Jones. Did you want to say anything else at this point, Councillor Miller Jones?
I think I'll wait if that's okay.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Thanks.
Before I come to you, Councillor Ball, okay, all right. Councillor Ball, then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I know we would want the council to set an example by reaching it, but I think that the excellent, but I think some of the circumstances of the way it happened is a little understandable, and it's very, very low. But I think what we need to ask ourselves, if this was an application put forward by anyone else other than the council, would we find the balance slightly different? And I think that's an important thing to think about. The council deserves to be dealt with in the same way as others, although one would want a slightly higher standard, possibly.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Over to you then, Pete. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, members. A excellent debate, as always. I'm going to try and cover 3 elements for you, which I think pick up on a lot of the issues that many of you have touched upon. I'm going to try and once again just add and explain further that the journey of the applicant against the timeline of our previous local plan and our now local plan. I think that's really important to understand. I'm going to touch on BREEAM and some of the things that we've approved as councils before and some of what they've included and haven't. And then I just want to touch on the just focusing on how applications are processed. There was a comment of There was a concern, I think, that we didn't want to be seen to favouring our own application, and we must be firm in application of the policies. So, and I think I'll start with that first one. So, probably something that you're all very aware of, but I'm going to say it anyway, which is for an application to be acceptable, applications do not need to comply with every single policy in our local plan or the MPPF. The courts, case law and inspectors have been very, very clear on that. And we, as a local planning authority and the Development Control Committee, have approved numerous applications over time, completely appropriately, finding them acceptable where there was elements of harm. So I heard today that there was some concern that we might be viewed by the outside world as, you know, not holding ourselves to a higher bar, but not implementing our policies in the right way. And I wanted to give members the comfort that if you were to approve the scheme today, that there would be no reputational risk. Local planning authorities up and down the country approve schemes all the time where they do not comply with every single policy. I think that's important to say. The journey of the applicant and how BREEAM works is really important, and over the last week is something that I have sought very hard to get my own head around, to understand, so that I might be able to explain it to you all today, and I hope I can do a good job of that. So the applicant started this scheme, looking at this scheme under the old local plan, as you've heard today and discussed and acknowledged yourselves. And when you start on that BREEAM journey, you are unable to go back and unless you really do genuinely abort all of your work. I think it was Councillor Ball sort of said, could they go away and pick some of, probably didn't use these words, but use some of what they've got and sort of tweak it. So it is a process from beginning to end. And one of the things I heard Councillor Miller-Jones speak about was the building itself, and you were concerned about the lifetime use and operation of the buildings. And that's not really how BREEAM works. What you have before you is a sustainable building. It has solar panels, it has grey water harvesting or water recycling, and a number of other elements which make it a very sustainable building, and that's within the report and Connor's presentation. But where the applicant got to was they started, when they were looking at our old local plan, they had identified that there were a number of abnormal costs with the scheme that they, acknowledging DM7 as it was there, had intended, so they aimed for very good in the knowledge that they felt that they would be able to submit formally a viability assessment to the council. And they started that journey. In effect, the train left the station. They had their student discount card, and the train left the station. Now, for whatever reason, and this is a bit of a strange analogy, not one I'm particularly used to giving, but the train got delayed, and the ticket, the student discount, expired, and they were no longer able to use it. Our new local plan came in, and they were unable to use that. So they'd started on a journey that you can't really go back and rework. It goes from beginning all the way to the end. And they had fully intended at the beginning to use that viability assessment, and they were told that they were unable to as the local plan journey progressed, and they got sort of their own process got delayed, and then the new local plan was here. So I think there was a very, they started aiming for very good, for very honest and genuine reasons. The site does have abnormal costs. We would have expected, if there was, if DM7 in its old form was still with us, we would have asked for a viability assessment. We would have tested that, so on and so forth. They haven't done that for very obvious reasons, because that policy no longer requires for it. But that's the journey as to how we got to hear. And the other thing the third thing I wanted to touch on was BREEAM and how sort of complicated it is. If we took this site and if it was in a less sustainable or connected location, it would have less credits because of its accessibility and active travel points. And your officers have said today how previously there were 2 elements weighing against the scheme. That's now going down to 1, and that's where our debate is focusing on. So it's worth keeping in mind that you can have the same type of building with the same sustainability and energy efficiency type measures, and in a different location, that BREEAM assessment would look at it differently. Connor, I think earlier on, gave the example of the AME building, which was before members last year, I think it was. That did reach excellent. The project, the life of that scheme was started after this one. They started to aim for excellent and they got excellent. But as an example he gave, that doesn't have things like water recycling. Another example that members have had, which is going back some time now, but the new hospital, that sought and committed to BREEAM Excellent. They were required to do that from national guidance elsewhere, but that obviously complied with our policies. But they won't be having water recycling. That's not something. So that gives you a flavour of how the BREEAM process is really complicated. And in getting some credits, and you look at a building and go, that's really sustainable, you might not be able to get it elsewhere. So that's, I suspect, those are the 3 things I just wanted to touch upon there. Officers clearly feel that the only deficiency with this application is it's not excellent. We are very, very close. I'm going to say around 2 because I know it's more than 2, and I've 2.16% below. So if it was 51, I think you might be looking at it slightly different. They are very, very close to excellent. And they have done an awful lot. There are significant benefits in sustainability terms. I hear what the committee is saying and their hesitancy and their that they would have preferred the applicant to have had that excellent rating. But the scheme before us is very, very close and has got a number of features. So I hope that explains the kind of journey, explains the complexity of BREEAM, and gives members the confidence that they won't be criticised if a scheme doesn't reach every single policy tick, because that's not the way planning policy works, and that's not the way we've assessed many applications historically. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Right. Councillor Sayer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think you've half sort of just answered my question, which was going to be, how realistic is it to design in the ecological features you mentioned to achieve the LP1 excellent rating? Could it be done at this stage? Or from what you've just said, I think you've said the train has left the station and nothing can change it now.
Thank you, Councillor Sayer. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to come back on one of the points you made, Peter, with regards to the timeline and the journey for the applicant and the trouble that it would cause the applicant to go back and redo things. Can I confirm whether that is a material planning consideration, the journey that an applicant has made before they put the application in? Is that material or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to come back on a couple of points that Peter had said about the BREEAM and everything. I think the fact that the location actually improves the BREEAM score actually makes it even less acceptable that we didn't bother to meet it, because in a different place, it would have been a lot harder. But like you said, we're so close. And I mean, saying, oh, well, we're close to excellent, that isn't how school boundaries work. You don't, at school, if you score just below getting an A, they don't give you an A. If you're applying for a job that you have to have a degree for, you don't get employed if you say, well, I only just failed my degree. That's not how it works. The policy clearly says you need excellent, and being just below excellent, that isn't being excellent. So I just wanted to come back on that. I don't think, I would also be interested to hear about if it's material, the journey and the hassle that it's going to be for the applicant to redo it, because again, there was absolutely nothing to stop them aiming for excellent, apart from, I think, as you mentioned, that it was identified that there would be a big cost involved. But, if that is the price of having buildings that are going to sort of meet our net zero targets, we created that policy for a reason. We didn't just, say, it needs to be, it was a well thought out thing saying we need developments to meet excellent. And I think really even back then, that was the requirement. And I think it was poor for whoever made that decision to say, oh, well, we'll go for this. I can't remember the word, but the thing that got cancelled, the LP4 or whatever it was, you know what I mean? Go for that thing where you go, oh, can we actually just be let off? I think it was poor for us to try and go for that when we should have been going for excellent in the first place. So just kind of probably repeating what I've already said, but
yes, I was just going to say.
Sorry, I'll stop it.
That's okay. That's okay. It's a sort of kind of a circular discussion, isn't it? We keep coming back to the same points. But Councillor Ball, please. Yes, we have. It was Councillor London's, and
Who seconded it?
Councillor Miller-Jones.
I thought you said you were waiting. Oh, okay. So I was going to propose approval, but.
Well, we'll have to wait until.
I didn't think.
What I'm hoping, committee, is we'll get responses now to officers of the points that, if there's any new points that need a response, and then go straight into the proposal. And then we'll see whether that succeeds or not. So.
Yes, so I think firstly what's important to clarify is, so as part of the risk assessment and part of the reasons given previously was that I think, or I hope, members were wanting to understand the context and the process of BREEAM, which we've presented today. And just to clarify, as Councillor Miller-Jones has said, LP1 is clear in what it requires, and officers have observed a conflict with that policy which has been applied in the planning balance. The context or the story isn't material in that regard, but again, it's helpful context for members and officers alike to understand what has happened. But again, the policy is clear in that it asks for excellent. So that is the key point to consider. And just regarding the ecology credits, again, I'm sure there's technical reports and requirements of that, but the understanding is that the one mandatory credit, the ENEO1 credit, that would be required regardless to achieve excellent, as that can't be met. Those credits obviously haven't been explored, but again, just for helpful context, the scheme has increased its rating from, I think it was 58 point something %. It was on one of the slides, that one, to 67.84. So again, from when the application has been submitted, officers have obviously noted the policy conflict and gone back to the applicant to increase that score. And I think that was really the only question I had regarding BREEAM.
So just to touch on the ecology, if we up the ecology, just to build on what Connor's said there, because the mandatory energy credit cannot be achieved, if other credits, other elements were looked at, and they, one being ecology and other elements, and it sort of took it theoretically to over the 70% threshold, it still couldn't get an excellent rating, because it hasn't got this mandatory energy credit. So that's the complexity of the BREEAM process. It's not sort of, there are non-mandatory credits and mandatory credits, and hopefully that sort of sets the context for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Okay, well, let's test where the committee is. So, Councillor London proposed refusal, and Councillor Miller-Jones seconded the refusal, and that was against the officer's recommendation of approval. Could I see a show of hands in favour of refusal, please? And those against, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So that's 4 votes in favour and 6 votes against. The motion is lost.
Thank you, Claire. So can we move the discussion on to a second proposal then, please?
Propose approval.
Thank you. And is that seconded, please? Councillor Chester. Councillor London.
Just like to confirm whether or not, as I asked before, the timeline of the journey of the applicant is material or not to this consideration. And if it is, could you let us know? If it is not, could you let us know?
Yeah, so no, it's not material, but we have given you that explanation today because we felt it was helpful context in response to the questions of why didn't the applicant do it. So that's why Connor and myself have tried to explain that journey, but it is not a material planning consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Pete. Councillor Lynch, please.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like the previous local plan said you should still target excellent, but there was a viability consideration to make. But the applicant has also said that they targeted very good from the outset. That indicates to me that they never even considered the viability of targeting excellent.
Sorry, that's the question.
That's the question.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
It seems like it seems contradictory.
Okay.
Yeah, so when the applicants looked at the site, carried out their assessment of the site, their technical assessment of the site, they identified a number of abnormal costs associated with developing the site. I believe the applicant in their 3 minutes today has mentioned that, and one of the things that they identified was the ground conditions, which would have required piling for foundations, and they are in planning terms considered an abnormal cost. So they identified that there were abnormal costs, viability issues, so they had identified that, and because the policy explained that if there were abnormal costs and a viability argument, that would be a justification for a lower rating, the very good rating, and that therefore is how they started their journey. So hopefully that clarifies and not corrects, but just clarifies how that process started.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Councillor Miller-Jones, may I just respectfully ask that we don't go over old ground? Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is just one quick last thing. Just to clarify, I'm not sure if this is material or not, but I'm concerned now because it looks like this is probably going to be approved. And is the precedent that we are setting material? Because I'm extremely concerned that I would urge members not to vote to approve this, because if we do, then how can we ever ask any development to adhere to LP1? And I just wanted to know if that was a material point, because if so, then we really need to not approve this. Thank you.
I'm going to invite Claire to answer that particular question. Oh, my apologies.
We're arguing over who's going to respond. So each application is considered on its own merits. As I've said, it's evidently a matter that weighs against the proposal. Noting all of the other material planning considerations, officers have applied a planning balance, and noting the conflict, are recommending approval. So the answer is no, we don't think it sets a precedent.
I'm going to quickly test the committee's position on this proposal. So Councillor Ball was recommending approval in line with the officer's recommendation. And Councillor Chester seconded it. Could I see a show of hands in favour, please, now of approving the application? And those against, please?
So that's 6 votes in favour, 4 votes against, motion is carried and the application is approved.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, members. So we're now moving on to the final item on our agenda. So we need to invite Phil to the front. And I should say thank you to Bailey. Thank you very much. Okay, well, another 5-minute break then. But it'll be, are you okay? It'll be 5 minutes only. So it's now 14:56, so it'll be We're now on to agenda. Members, we're now, they don't listen to me, Jim, do they? No. Well, having gone through the chair's briefing with Phil, this one's about 40 minutes long, the presentation. It isn't. It's okay. I just couldn't resist that. John was there. Okay, so we've now got planning application, agenda item 7, and it is a West Suffolk Council application. Over to you, Phil.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This application is a full planning application at 9 Short Brackland. It seeks consent for 2 air source heat pumps and a replacement front door. The application is referred to Development Control Committee as the applicant is West Suffolk Council. The recommendation is for approval. The application site is shown within the red line boundary. The site's accessed off Short Brackland to the east. This property was subject to change of use from commercial to residential under the prior approval process, which members considered in November 2025 and was subsequently approved. And here is the application site roughly shown in red. The site's within the Bury Town Centre conservation area with listed buildings shown in pink. I'll just take you through some photos to show the site. This is the front of 9 Short Brackland with the existing 6-panel front door. This is the rear garden of the site. The green square is where the air source heat pump for flat 1 is proposed, with the orange for flat 2. The block plan details the locations of the proposed air source heat pumps within their respective gardens, highlighted here within the red square. So here, members, is a 3D perspective showing the air source heat pumps. You'll note the shed and closed board fence in the diagram, which were approved on a separate permission and are yet to be installed. As you can see, the garden sheds and closed board fence mostly obscure the air source heat pump from the public view in the wider conservation area. The proposed elevation for the replacement front door is shown here in context with what exists currently, with the existing on the left and proposed on the right. As you can see, the 6-panel front door is to be replaced by a sympathetic 19th century 4-panel door to be timber and painted light blue. Members will note from the late paper that a condition is proposed to control the materials and colour used. The Town Council are supporting the application, and we've received no objections from consultees or neighbours. I therefore recommend approval of the application. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Phil. Excellent job in cutting down the presentation. Thank you very much indeed. We have no registered speakers, and we've got a current request for Councillor London who wants to say...
I'd like to move that we approve this. Thank you.
Could I see a seconder? Councillor Sayer. Any comments from any? No? Okay, right. So it's been recommended for approval by Councillor London in line with Phil's recommendation, the officer's recommendation for approval. Seconded by Councillor Sayer. Can I see a show of hands in favour, please?
You first unanimously.
I say well done, Phil.
That appears to be unanimous.
Thank you, members. And that brings us to the end of the meeting. Oh, sorry. Yes, how rude of me. I do apologise.
Motion is carried and the application is approved.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, members. I've got no announcements today. There is only a short period.